All right, welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting. It is April 4th, and I'm calling this meeting to order. And the first thing we're going to do is say the Pledge of Allegiance, and I've asked Deputy County Counsel Cody Nesper to please come up and help lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'll all stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Sorry, a little technical difficulties here. All right. I need to make an announcement that if you are here right now for the TUD interviews, those have been put off and rescheduled to 1:30 p.m. So just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. And before we start oral communications, I just wanted to put out there, oral communications are for the public to come up and speak on any item that is not on the agenda. So you have to know what's on the agenda to make sure that you're in conformance there. And also, when we come to this boardroom, this chambers, I like to add that we are all to be respectful of each other and civil. But I also like to add an element of kindness. I've done so every single board meeting this year, and I will continue to do so throughout the year. And with that, I do kind of try to set the tone by adding a quote from somebody you probably heard of talking about kindness. So in this case, some of you may have heard of George Sand, the author. And here's the quote. Guard well within yourself that treasure, kindness. Know how to give without hesitation, how to lose without regret, and how to acquire without meanness. All right, thank you. So at this point, I'd like to see, first of all, how many people have something to say that's not on the agenda and want to come to the podium. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and start that. Those of you who wish to speak, come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. I've got to tell you, I read the autobiography of George Sand, and I've been by her museum, etc. And she's just, it's just a remarkable biography. So thank you. I've got that book if anybody would like to. Is this not on?
I'm
Okay.
sorry, it wasn't on. I put it on earlier, but something
I was
happened.
just commenting. Could I have my seconds back?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. So George Sand, great autobiography. I encourage you to read it. She was a remarkable woman, living in Paris and then down south when she retired. I dropped some stuff off on your desks just for some primary source material. One is on our population loss in Tuolumne County. I think that compared to the two counties next to us, we just need to start thinking about drilling down on that and how did that happen and is it going to keep happening? The other thing related to that is transparency. I've got some documents just in terms of how we're spending our money as a county compared to Mariposa and Calaveras, and I think it speaks to the issue of public safety versus administration. And then the final thing is all my emails between myself and Kim McFarlane that ended November 29th of last year. And I put these in backward order so you can see and drill down through those things and see the importance of why that meeting last week was so difficult for myself and the other fellow there. This goes to the issue of drilling down. I didn't graduate with high honors or highest honors in college because I wrote an honors thesis on racism in the Southern defense of slavery, looking at selected Protestant churches in the South between 1800 and 1865. And I did not use original source material. I used secondary material, and I got hammered for it. So I got honors instead of anything better than that. But I learned that you've got to drill down in order to look at the hard evidence. And what happened and what you'll see is that when I went and tried to figure out where Tom Trott was and why I couldn't meet with him, and I repeatedly asked him to meet with me, I decided I'm going to go by and see what kind of house he lives in. And I noticed that there was a for sale pending sign on it. I found out he had already been moved out to Colorado. And that's the reason he didn't want to meet. And nobody actually ever said anything about it until it came out in the newspaper where he was living. And he was the one that said that a resident was trying to cross private property with an easement. That's not true, but that's what Kim McFarlane heard, and unfortunately, she didn't drill down and look at the maps. So I'm encouraging you to look at the maps I sent you last week, I gave you last week, drill down on those things, and then let's talk again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, and for those of you waiting to speak, in case you never have spoken before, there'll be a beep when you have 1 minute left. And we have the timer up here, so in case you're interested in knowing about that. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hath and members of the board. I'm here today to tell you about Tuolumne County Art Week, which is coming up. It starts this Saturday. It runs April 8th through the 16th, and this year we added a couple days. So we could include the second Saturday, downtown Sonora, and some other events that are happening. And all the events that are happening during the week or the 9 days can be found on our website at visittuolumne.com/artweek. And we anticipate a really great turnout of both locals and visitors as we are promoting Art Week through the ads that we're running in the Union Democrat, the Weekender. We're working with Clark Broadcasting on radio ads and e-newsletters through Diablo Magazine, which is in the East Bay area. Our digital billboards on Highway 108 and Highway 120 are also featuring Art Week. Those are in Riverbank and Manteca. And then with our social media, we are featuring every artist and every venue that is featuring an artist individually on our social media channels. So we're excited about that also. We've been working really closely with the Motherlode Art Association and then also the City of Sonora with their event in the Opera Hall so that it can actually be extended for several days rather than the original, I believe it was 3 days. It's now basically 9 days, which is exciting. And we're happy to announce that we actually just yesterday kicked off our Public Arts Initiative. And at the beginning of this fiscal year, my board voted to set aside funds for public art, feeling that we have a need for that throughout our county. So what this is that we are working with the 4 chambers and also the Promotion Club in Jamestown. And we're giving each of them $7,500 to create and to implement a public arts initiative. We know that might be seed money for some of it, but it's a start, and we're really excited to work with all of them. I just want to thank you for your time this morning and hope to see you out during Art Week next week.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Randy Hanvelt. I'm here to promote the spring concert by the Columbia College Community Chorus. It is an amazing event. It's been going on for forever. The current director and conductor is Dr. Darrell Hollinger, who's an amazing musician, and he's put together a really terrific program. I have a poster for you, which I will leave. I have cards here. You need to make reservations because this has limited seating arrangements, and it's a spectacular concert. This chorus, we're blessed to have them. We're really blessed to have them. You will go away from here and your heart will be singing and your feet will be dancing. It's just amazing. So I encourage you to attend. And if you haven't attended one of these before, you will call me and thank me because it is amazing. So I encourage you to attend. I've left some cards in the back for the general public or anybody else that's interested. You need to make your ticket reservations soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, come on up.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Perkins, and I'm here to speak in behalf of Laura Jensen, who is a property owner out off of Old Buchanan Mine Road. And we have been trying to get a meeting with Mr. Anaya Kirk and Brian Bell and other people regarding what's going on out here in this property. And so we've been told so many different things that we really just don't know where we're at, except for that now they're trying to put a lien on our property. And so they're saying we're violating this and that, but we would like to get a meeting with, so we could try to come up with a resolution instead of creating a bigger problem. And I know he's been really busy, and I think we dropped through the sands of the cracks and it happened, but I just don't know how to do it. I've been trying calling. She's done numerous emails, phone calls, and I just think he's just been busy. So how do I do that? I guess that's my question. How do we get a meeting with?
Normally, we don't do give and take for the 3 minutes that you have.
Right.
But I will ask our CDD director to accompany you out in the vestibule, and she will make arrangements.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
You all have a great day.
Thank you. Good morning.
Dave Doder. Kindness is earned by genuineness and respect and honesty. I think we all could work in that. I listened to Motherlode Views and listened to Quincy talk about the biomass plant at J59, that they're going to have this many tons and they're going to go to Stockton. Well, I recommend that she take maybe the assistant counsel here and maybe someone from the DA's office and some planners and go down to Stockton. They're very nice people, take you on a tour. You'll find out that millions of dollars worth of railroad improvements and shipping improvements. It's a longshoreman port, very expensive. Sierra Railroad would have to pay $400 for each car that goes from there to the main line. It's not going to happen. They'll tell you that there's going to be no wood pellets. So there's a group in our county that's, we've got a moralizing media mogul, got a logging person, and a handful of present and past board members. One is past board members being paid right now, and you can follow carefully back to 2016. He was part of Sonora for Tuolumne County's representatives to a housing authority, and all of a sudden that became Golden State Authority, and then Golden State Natural Resources, and they're all in this mix here. This is all being lied about. I've had lies at the first meeting in Jamestown. It's bubbling under the surface. They want to burn waste from the Central Valley because it's poisonous down there, and California say they're not going to be able to do it anymore, but they have no problem with bringing it in Tuolumne County, maybe in a couple of years having 5 of these kind of things burning. The one on J59 is going to be an incinerator. It's not going to produce electricity. You may think you're full of Teflon, but there's a FBI agent, Patel, who's jumped in the middle of City and County of San Francisco right now for similar kind of things. And this needs to be looked at. The state of California did all this work, millions of dollars, and the Sierra Nevada Conservancy offered $22 million. You could have 5 years of plants producing electricity, which a lot of options, money for roads, our poor road department, maybe cheaper electricity for the different parts of Tuolumne County. This is a big scam. And when I heard Quincy carrying this on. They won't give numbers. They won't talk about the financing. I beg you to take a look at this. Jaron, we have something they don't have. It's the truth. I asked you again.
Thank
Let's
you.
get this cleaned up.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good morning.
How are you?
Good. Nice to see you again.
Well, all of you, I wanted to come and represent today and to announce, and you may have already heard, that on May 6th, Give Someone a Chance, which is GSAC, we're going to have our 6th annual Shangri-La dinner. It's going to be at the Elks, starting at 5 o'clock. We're going to go through 10. There's going to be dinner, dancing, silent auction, lots of fun. And I know that each and every one of you probably knows who GSAC is. Some of the things you may not know, one of the supervisors meetings that I was at maybe a month ago, it was stated that there was no caseworkers or caseworking done for Camp Hope. Now, GSAC was not, Camp Hope was not GSAC's baby. Camp Hope just emerged. However, GSAC was there, and we had over 35 case studies and workings for many of the people that were there, at least 35 of them. That included veterans getting their DD-214s, people getting central mailing, health. So we were in the trenches, and it was said that there was no caseworkers out there. And that may have been county caseworkers, but we were in the trenches doing it. We're the people that have created the shower bus. We're in a couple different locations every week. We're also in the process of creating a mobile laundry bus that is going to be launched out at the end of spring. And, you know, last year, or 2 years ago when we did our fundraiser, we raised approximately $12,000. And praise God for the $12,000. But each and every one of us, how can we live on $12,000 if that was our only income? So I'm really asking for your support. I've got personal invitations to each and every one of you here. I'm going to give it to you. I also want you to know that there has been a mailer mailed to you with tickets and the invitation also. This is just to allow it to be announced in front of everyone that we want you there. All right, thank you. I've also got a flyer here.
Okay.
Would you allow me to?
Yes, thank you. You can give the invitations to Tanya, the clerk of the board, that's sitting right here. Thank you. Thank you for your announcement. I just wanted to make sure that we have a lot of new people in the audience right now because of the kids and their artwork. And I wanted to make sure you all knew that this is the place to make announcements for community gatherings and that kind of thing. So, because it does get televised and people do watch that are not in this audience right now, and it's a good place to come and notify the public about your event. So just wanted to make that. Did you have something also? Come on up.
Good morning to you all, and God's blessings upon you. I wanted to apologize for my rude behavior last meeting. I do appreciate the work that went into the draft of the housing, draft that was put forth for you last meeting. And I do understand that in order for the committee to get across what they're supposed to do and what they need to do and what you want them to do, that writing has to be done. I do appreciate But last month was such a terrible year, a terrible month for all of the homeless and all of the bad weather and so forth. And my heart was just broken for them. And unfortunately, I thought maybe you were at fault, but you are not. The other thing I really wanted to thank you for was to proclaim that you proclaimed a special day to honor the Vietnam vets. I appreciate the fact that our county honors the Vietnam vets and is willing to show it to our vets and to our county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to staff reports now. Well, come on up.
Hi, my name is John Flynn. I'm your political watchdog. Y'all got an email from me last night. I got threatened by one of your employees, Sarah Corello over here, and I'm also calling the Tuolumne County Sheriff Department, non-emergency number. I want this recorded. And it's ringing now. Hi, my name is John Flynn. I'm at the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. I'm calling the non-emergency number. I'm in front of the board right now. I want to
I'm not
record-
think that this is appropriate. You're not addressing the board and you're grandstanding. So I will call you on that.
Okay. So you want me to hang up?
Yes.
I gotta hang up. I'll call you later.
This is an abuse of this time.
Okay. You go. I got 2 minutes. All right. Sarah Corella threatened me last week, and that was on the 24th. I was doing some legal service for Ty Robinson, who's suing Tuolumne County government on and waste management. And this was on his case number is capital C, capital V, 64848. It's well documented. And I was doing some legal service for him on his behalf. And I was just doing civics, just charity work. Sarah Corella confronted me with, I served some more paperwork on the 24th. Sarah Corella said, hey, can we talk to you outside? And Christopher Smith was there. And I said, sure, can I sit down? And she made some threats to me that I put a restraining order on me because I made a comment on a female on the 4th floor in the administration, said she was fat. I have no idea where she came. I said she was making that up. And she was sensitive, and I called her fat. So anyways, the case number is, and then she threatened to put a restraining order on me that I could not come into the administration building, nor could I come into the board here, or come into the building altogether. That's interfering with my First Amendment rights. Can't do that. That's totally illegal. You all signed a note to the Constitution to support my First Amendment rights. And I do apologize to all the parents right now and the kids that I'm being a heel. I don't mean to do that, but there's no way to get around this one. And so I'll say it verbally. I can place you under arrest right now. And it says here on the citizen's arrest, and I gotta get it open. I'm gonna lose it. Yep. My fault. I have to let it go. So, apology, got away with it. Wasn't well organized, but I'm gonna be done, and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I will close public comment and move on to staff reports. Any staff member here that wants to give a report to the board or to the public?
Good morning, Board. My name is Paul Marham. I'm a Senior Staff Services Analyst with the Tuolumne County Public Health Department in our Epidemiology Unit. To better understand the major causes of death in the county, the department gained access to CDPH's California Integrated Vital Records System. I initiated a project to understand trends around suicide to address questions of community partners who work in suicide prevention. We work closely with the Yes Partnership Coalition, and the need for more accurate local data on suicides will help improve program planning and services. Data was available from 2005 through 2022. Suicide is noted on death certificates by the coroner, but the specific mechanisms of injury had to be manually coded. There have been an average of 14.3 suicides per year over the last 18 years, 12.3 Tuolumne County residents and 2.2 non-county residents who die by suicide within Tuolumne County. Among Tuolumne County residents, men account for 81% of suicides with an average of 10 male and 2.4 female suicide deaths each year. Due to our small population and the relative rarity of suicide, there is a significant amount of variability year to year. Firearms account for more than half of all suicides, followed by hanging and poisoning as a method. CDPH analysis of 2018 to 2020 data gave a rate for Tuolumne County of 25.4 suicides per 100,000. This is more than twice the state rate of 10.5. 43% of suicide deaths were in the 45 to 64 age range, which was much higher than the state rate at 35%. The average age among suicide deaths was 52 for men and 50 for women. Looking specifically at Tuolumne County youth, age 10 to 19, suicide is the single leading cause at 27% of deaths, followed by motor vehicle crashes and overdoses. This means that more than 2/3 of youth deaths were preventable. We will continue to assess this data and update it yearly. Our next steps include an assessment of the intersections between suicide and overdoses, as well as working with CDPH on utilizing data to better assess chronic disease deaths in the county. We invite you to view our suicide data report on our website. There are also copies on the back table. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Board. My name is Michael Roberson. I am the Homeless Services Coordinator for Tuolumne County. And I wanted to make sure that the public was aware of an open house walkthrough that will be taking place at the end of Rafferty Court in Solesville. It was a memory care facility. It has been closed down since November, and there's a staff interest in pursuing that property for the development of a homeless housing initiative called a navigation center. There's a lot of information out there. If you're a part of the Homeowners Association in Willow Springs or Sonora Vista, you've been emailed. The Solesville School Board has been notified, and it's an opportunity, one of many steps for people in the community to give input on either their support or concerns related to the possibility of moving forward and coming back before your board for permission to buy that facility and develop it. I would like to let you know that if you just did a quick Google search on virtual bulletin board, Tuolumne County Homeless Services, it would bring you to a whole bunch of information about homeless housing, including a survey that you could fill out. And I'd be very happy to talk to anybody in the back here, but the open house is tomorrow morning from 7 to 9 a.m. and tomorrow evening from 5 to 7 p.m. It's not a meeting. It's just simply a walkthrough. There'll be some printed materials there as well as information to link people to the survey. That is one of many steps for people to give public input on the possibility of developing that into a navigation center. So I want to get that word out in case people haven't read about it in the paper or social media or didn't get a direct mail on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, Dory.
Michael's so tall. Good morning, Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. Good morning, Assistant County Administrator Eric Earhart and County Counsel Sarah Carrillo. A few updates, some exciting things that some of you are aware of. First and foremost, President Biden signed a major disaster declaration for storms that were in December and January. We are in the process of identifying the projects. We had our recovery scoping meeting last week, or RSM, with FEMA, and we actually started this week, weekly meetings with them to go over all of the paperwork that's required in that submittal for reimbursement. Tuolumne County as a government entity itself saw $7.9 million in damage And total damage for all the entities within the county was estimated at $18.2 million for that storm in December and January. Just yesterday, President Biden issued a second major disaster declaration of the year for the storms that started February 21st. Last week, we had our Public Assistance Damage Assessment, or PAPDA, a lot of acronyms in FEMA, and presented over $35 million in damages from all of the public agency entities that submitted initial damage estimates in Tuolumne County. Tuolumne County alone has an estimated $18.2 million in damages from that second set of storms. The remainder comes from Hetch Hetchy, Turlock Irrigation District, Tuolumne Utilities District, Jamestown Sanitation District, Curtis Creek Elementary School, Sonora High School, Tuolumne County Superintendent Schools, and the City of Sonora. The Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians also declared and proclaimed and had damages on tribal lands. Unlike the December and January storms, this most recent storm also saw the most individual and or businesses affected. We have received over 332 intake forms within our office that were submitted by individuals and businesses. And 2 weeks ago, we had our IA PDA, or our individual assistance damage assessment, and it took 3 teams, both county OES, county building officials, FEMA, Cal OES, and the Small Business Administration staff to inventory as many of those destroyed or major damaged homes as we could in one day. We inventoried that day 27 homes that were either completely destroyed or had major damage. As a result, in yesterday's issuing of the major disaster declaration, Tuolumne County has been added for individual assistance. First time ever that Tuolumne County has individual assistance for a disaster declaration. I can say I'm excited, but I'm also not so excited. But we are excited that we were able to provide that designation for our individual property owners and businesses. What does this all mean then? The President's action makes federal funding available to affected individuals in Tuolumne County. This is the first time, as I said, that this declaration has happened for Tuolumne County. Assistance can include grants for temporary housing, home repairs, low-cost loans to cover uninsured property losses, and other programs to help individuals and business owners recover from the effects of the disaster. Tuolumne County OAS will be assisting in the coordination of a disaster resource center, or a DRC, that we will have staff coming in from both FEMA, Red Cross, California Department of Social Services, Small Business Administration, amongst others, who will be available to answer questions for individuals and businesses. We are currently coordinating that. It looks like we will be doing that at the Tuolumne Resiliency Center. So we're working out the details, so more information to come. In the meantime, residents and businesses owners who have sustained losses in the county can begin applying for assistance by registering online. I do, and you have these 2 wonderful brochures, made these available. These will be posted on our website and social media, but you can go to www.disasterassistance.gov, or you can call 1-800-621-3362. Again, that number is 1-800-621-3362. Couple other updates. While OES staff are busy managing both of these disasters on all of the work that it entails, we are also getting ready for the wildfire season. And in doing so, we want to make sure the board and the public are aware of several events. One, we will be having our annual Wildfire Preparedness Town Hall. Flyers will also be posted and are here as well, and that will be on April 29th in the afternoon, also at the Tuolumne Resiliency Center. We will be bringing information together to help the community get prepared. You can visit our website, or you can call our office 209-533-6395 for more information. Also want to say that we are continue to increase the number of members in our volunteer CERT program under Tuolumne County, and we will have a second basic class. This is a free class for anyone in Tuolumne County that wants to become a CERT member, and that will be April 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. We also have flyers that are taking signups for that. So thank you.
And CERT stands for?
Community Emergency Response Team. Thank you, Supervisor.
And can you tell just a short little blurb as what?
Sure.
what that is?
Community emergency response teams are volunteer community teams that are trained to assist in a disaster. And so we put them through 20 hours of training, including disaster preparedness, light search and rescue, fire safety, triage, medical, et cetera, and put all of that together. And at the end of the class, you do a disaster simulation. But then you will become a member of the Tuolumne County CERT team and available to help us answering of public information lines, possibly traffic control, a variety of potential uses throughout the year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Eric.
Morning, Chairwoman Half, members of the board, thank you. I'll keep this quick so we can get to recognizing our young artists here today. But just wanted to make your board as well as the community aware of some dates that we have coming up. Within the library, at the Sonora Library, tomorrow we have a guest author, Claudia Day, is going to come and do story time reading her book, The Little Egg's Journey. So that'll be tomorrow at the Sonora Library at 10:30 a.m. April 6th and 8th at the Sonora Library after story time around 10:30. We will be having our Easter egg hunt and craft activity. The Tuolumne Branch Library will be having a similar Easter egg hunt activity on Friday, April 7th after their story time, 10:30 a.m. We have expanded the STEM program that we are offering at the libraries. Right now, we are offering that the third Saturday of the month at Sonora, the third Wednesday of the month at Tuolumne, the fourth Thursday of the month at Twainhart, and the first Saturday of the month in Groveland. And so we're really excited to have expanded that to all of our branches. It is a program that has really been growing and growing, and our attendance keeps climbing and climbing. So it's really neat to see the young ones out there. On the rec side, our Groveland Youth Center is going to be having their Bunny Bake Sale fundraiser this Saturday, the 8th, from 10:30 to 1 p.m. at the Groveland Community Hall. Registration for our summer Tiny Tots programs is currently open. Those programs will begin on May 21st. We are also open for registration for our senior fitness class, which starts April 21st at the Senior Center. This class is every Friday from 10:30 a.m., as well as our senior yoga class at the Senior Center, which will start May 9th, and this is Tuesdays at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, normally for board meetings, we go directly to the consent calendar, and I'm going to switch things up a little bit. Since we have so many patient individuals that are waiting for their item to come up, we're going to go to that next. So under proclamations and commendations, we're going to go to item number 10. And Tanya, could you please read that?
Thank you. Good morning. Item 10, presentation of the 2023 Child Abuse Prevention Poster and Poetry Contest winners in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month.
All right, and do we have someone here that's going to give us a little bit more information and lead us through this?
Good morning. My name is Josh Martin, and I'm a recreation supervisor of the County of Tuolumne. I'd like to start by thanking Chairwoman Half and the board for having us here today to recognize and celebrate some of our young artists and poets. This is our 33rd annual poster and poetry contest, and it is an event our department and youth centers look forward to every year. We are always amazed to see how many talented artists we get to participate. This contest we offer at all three of our youth centers that are located in Tuolumne, Jamestown, and Groveland. Through this contest, we aim to bring attention to the prevention efforts within Tuolumne County, but also more importantly, to give the young students and adults we service a voice. We do this in hopes to open discussions in regards to some very difficult topics they themselves or a friend or family member may be going through and experiencing. To let them know they aren't alone, that what they are experiencing or witnessing is not okay, and that there are resources available to them within our county to help them and to make sure they don't have to go through this alone. At this time, I would like to give a very big and special thanks to the Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition for partnering with us yet again and providing the cash prizes our artists will receive today. Our first place winners will receive a $50 cash prize. Second place will receive a $30 cash prize. and third place will receive a $20 cash prize. I also would like to thank our judges who had the difficult task of ranking all the amazing work you see on the wall to my left here. These are the top 3 entries from each age group at each youth center. We have a 1st through 3rd grade division, a 4th through 6th grade division, and a 7th through 8th grade division who all submit posters. And then we have a high school division for grades 9 through 12, and they all submit poems. These are not our only submissions, as we had many entries this year, and it was great to see how many kids participated, all of which did an amazing job. So again, thank you to our judges for having to make those decisions. This year's theme was Pillars of Strength. And at this time, I would like to introduce our youth center staff. These amazing women are on the front lines with our youth on a day-to-day basis, providing programs, mentoring, and giving the kids a safe and fun environment where they can just be a kid. We have our Jamestown coordinator, Monica Hirschfield, our Tuolumne coordinator, Cheryl Atwood, and our Groveland coordinator, Donica Graff. Again, this is the staff with the kids every day, being positive influences within their lives, and they do such an amazing job. And with that, I think our artists are ready to hear the results, and I'll pass things off to Monica. Chairwoman Half, would you like to come down and help present the awards?
Good morning. Thank you for having us. All right. So, 1st through 3rd.
No, you're going to have to speak right in here and you actually speak to the board.
Hello. Good morning. So I have 1st through 3rd. 3rd place, Anaya Carter. Second place, Christopher Bixler. And first place, Grady East. All right, and then for 4th through 6th, 3rd place, Kendra Clark. Can you point your poster for us? Second place, Kenyon Clark. And then first place, Genesis Farmer. Okay, and then for 7th and 8th grade, 3rd place. She was the first place winner. Genesis, can you point to your poster, please? And for 7th through 8th, 3rd place, Evelyn Rice. Second place, Anna Rose Rice. And first place, Maya Maestra. Sorry, Mia. And I'll introduce the Groveland coordinator, Donica Graff.
Thanks. All right, so for our first through third grade, third place, we have Charlie Schulke. Yes. Okay. Sorry. No, you're fine. Second place, we have Letty Pernay. And then first place, we have Bailey Butler, who is not present. For our 4th through 6th grade division, we have Ellie Pernay in third place. We have Mia C. in second place, who is also not present. And then Jacob Foster in first place. Nobody leaves the hill in Groveland, so that was it for me. 7th through 8th grade division, we have Aubrey Armstrong. Second place is Lily Lucero. And our first place winner is Liz Lopez. And now our Tuolumne coordinator, Cheryl Atwood.
Good morning. How are you? Okay, we'll start with our first through third. Third place is Ben Hockett. Second place is Lily Warrington. Okay, in first place we have Olivia Taylor. Okay, for our 4 through 6, we have third place Porter Scoville. Second place is Avery Belay. First place, we have Braylon Tadson. Okay, 7th and 8th grade, we have third place, Jackie Avila. Second place, we have Zachary Clem. And first place was Montana Shaw. Now I would like to call up Josh Martin to announce our poetry winners.
Okay. Yep, absolutely. So in third place for our poetry contest, we have Davy Hoskins. So this is Davy's poem, Untitled. In this town full of history, where people have grown since little age, there are secrets to find and lots of mysteries. Be sure to pay close attention not to rage. This town is very old-fashioned. It's not like any regular town. It's been here since people were pulled in wagons, and all the buildings are still original. Now, this town doesn't seem like the funnest place to live, but the longer you stay, the more you call it home. This town has a lot to give. Just make sure to make a lot of happy memories in your new home. In second place, we have Dana Brandon. And in first place, we have Raquel Bolin.
As I sit in sorrow, wondering in my mind's deepest desires, what keeps me supported? As I stay in the darkest depths of despair, could it be true what they say? Children should be seen, not heard. Screaming and crying, no one can hear me. I refuse to believe I cannot find peace. There isn't a place for me to keep me going on my feet. No four walls or thing of value for me, only the people that surround me. Out of sort, out of mind, crying in my bedroom, people calling my phone, asking if I'm all right. I say I'm fine, but I'm breaking down inside. I fall apart, my head pounding with rage, thoughts running through my brain. I push them away, but they still stay. Is this what it's like to be supported?
Thank you again to all of our community partners, the board, and especially all of our wonderful artists and poets. We are so grateful to be able to work with and provide programs for our youth. Thank you again.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute recess so that those of you who came for this last presentation have a chance to exit and not have to worry about making a ruckus. And we will come back at 5 after 10. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. And Clerk of the Board, would you please read our next item under proclamations and commendations, item number 11? Go ahead.
Item 11, consideration of adopting a resolution 27-23 proclaiming April 2023 as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month.
Good morning and welcome. Oh. Now you are.
Good morning. There I am. Well, thank you guys for having me. Annie Hockett here today on behalf of your local Child Abuse Prevention Council, asking for your board to proclaim April as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month in Tuolumne County. The goal in seeking such a proclamation is multi-layered. It helps us educate the public on the far-reaching effects of child maltreatment. It raises awareness on the importance of child and family well-being and gives us an opportunity to reflect on what we can do as a community to reduce the occurrence of abuse and neglect in our most vulnerable populations. This initiative is rooted in communities working together to serve children and their families in meaningful, impactful ways that provide families with what they need to thrive and to support them before they reach crisis. A reported 1,820 children died from abuse and neglect in the United States in federal fiscal year 2021, according to the latest national data. Child Protective Services investigated or responded to almost 4 million allegations of child maltreatment across the country. And a total of 600,000 children were found to be victims of child maltreatment. The total economic burden incurred by California communities for the lifetime cost of survivors of child maltreatment in 2022 is estimated at over $22 billion. Tuolumne County received 855 reports of child abuse or neglect, investigated 309 of those reports, substantiated 64 allegations of abuse, and 57 children were removed from their homes and placed in protective custody to ensure for their immediate safety. Child abuse can feel like a very overwhelming issue to those of us on the front lines working with at-risk children and families. But I assure you, Tuolumne County has some of the most passionate and dedicated professionals and community partners working to combat the harmful impacts of abuse and neglect and to help families grow and change. We are diligently working to lessen the number of adverse childhood experiences a youth has, and in turn are reducing the many social, economic, and health problems associated with early childhood trauma. Social workers, mental health clinicians, probation officers, teachers, healthcare workers, home visitors, advocates, parent educators, mentors, and case managers represent the cross-sector collaborative of professionals who are actively engaged in local efforts to increase the protective factors in family systems. Protective factors are conditions or attributes that mitigate or eliminate risk and can increase the health and well-being of children and families. They provide parents with the tools they need to parent effectively, even under stress. If you are listening to this as a community member and are wondering what you can do to be part of this movement to end child abuse in Tuolumne County, I've got a couple things. One, thank someone who is active in this work. It takes a very special individual to maintain resiliency and hope when you are constantly exposed to the worst of the worst. A simple acknowledgement of gratitude can go a very long way. Second, show kindness. I have never met a parent who consciously intended to harm or neglect their children. Instead, I have met countless parents plagued by addiction, mental illness, poverty, and generational trauma. These parents were often the abused and neglected children of their generation. We can show empathy and compassion while still holding individuals accountable for their actions and work side by side with them to reduce risk factors and increase safety and stability in the home. Third, volunteer for a youth-serving organization or make a financial donation. When we invest our time and resources in children, we invest in our community. And lastly, show your commitment in maintaining awareness of this important issue by displaying a pinwheel throughout the month. The pinwheel has become the national symbol of child abuse prevention since 2008. The pinwheel is a symbol of joy, playfulness, wonder, and serves as a physical reminder of the type of childhood we want for our young people. You can see many pinwheels out in the audience. I have some more if anybody is interested. And you can see displays throughout the community, actually. The theme of this year is Building Together, Prevention and Partnership. Your local Child Abuse Prevention Council, the Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition, embodies this theme through our cross-system efforts to increase community awareness, invest in local intervention programs, and provide professional development opportunities for our community members. We are also actively engaged in a process to develop truly upstream interventions to prevent children from system involvement. TRC is serving as the primary planning body for the development of a countywide comprehensive prevention plan. This plan will provide a roadmap based on local data of how to better identify factors that contribute to risk of abuse and target critical populations with evidence-based intervention based on those risk levels. All children deserve to grow up in safe, supportive environments, and we are all one team when it comes to this mission. I have a quote taped on my computer monitor, and it reads, "Every child is one caring adult away from a success story." When I reflect on this statement, it gives me great hope. It means every single one of us has the power to make a difference. And think about how powerful we could be as a community if we could unite around this one cause. If we work together, we can and will achieve dramatic impacts on the health and safety of our community and all who call it home. So with that, I respectfully ask your board to proclaim April 2023 as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month and adopt the resolution you have before you. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And I think I speak for the whole board in wanting to congratulate you and your staff who put in tireless hours. And what you mentioned at the beginning about how hard it is, yet your staff do this. They're resilient. They stay in the trenches and have to face this, especially the emergency response social workers. They face some stuff that really nobody in this community wants to talk about. And so I hope that I can speak for the whole board in just telling your staff you're doing a commendable job, and we so appreciate you. Yeah.
Thank you. And I would say, county staff, community-based organizations, really anybody who is working directly with families deserve that gratitude. Certainly, I can't take credit for my staff or the staff members of the different organizations that participate on TRC, but it's everybody, some who are represented in this room, others who are listening, that just dedicate their time and energy to these efforts.
We do have a good community effort here. Yeah, you're right. And with that, I'd like to ask the public if they have any comments on this resolution. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Are there any comments? Go ahead. Supervisor Goldenberg.
So, excuse me, a pretty high amount of reports. I believe you said over 800, was that?
Yes, that was local data.
Sure. And 57 children to protective custody. Hard work, right? And I understand. You guys are truly making a difference. You're doing what you can to limit, in some case, eliminate, risk. And I get that. But I really like, some of the things that you said. Show kindness. Be compassionate. That is so important. Children are extremely resilient, but they need help, right? And building together prevention and partnerships. So thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you. And I have to say, if you look at some of those posters over there, what did you see reflected over and over? Yeah. That concept of kindness. So I think we can learn a lot from the kids as well.
And I absolutely did. I walked up and down that a couple of times yesterday in particular and saw that. So good point.
Supervisor Kirk.
I thought you were speaking for the board, which is why I was
I
hesitant.
was trying to so we could move this along, but if you have
Sure.
something.
I'll only say it because David spoke, but, and I don't want this to be, I say it every year because I used to be a probation officer in Merced. And the worst part of that job was going out to these homes and seeing these kids. And it broke my heart. And then especially when I started having kids, I was like, I'm done with this. So it really does take a really resilient person. I don't know how they do it, but I just want the people who are in the trenches, who are doing the work, to know that I personally thank you, and the community does. If you know a family member or a friend who is in that line of work, please thank them, because I don't think there's any greater calling than to protect children. And you guys do a really good job. The data shows, I think you said you had 64 allegations and 57 removed, so you guys do a really good job protecting the kids. So thank you guys, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. We've got, I think, 3 things of some of the services the county provides, investigates, and trying to protect people. I don't want to reiterate what the rest of the board said. I do agree with that. I wanted to share something a bit personal. So just thinking 57 with that. That's about double the number of posters that were here. And way back when, I think it was in 4th grade or something like that, I did the little poetry contest. And I was one of the ones that got marched up, and I got the first. And I think I was naming like every letter of the alphabet had gone mad, or it was some crazy thing. And during that same time, my mom was in a very abusive relationship with an alcoholic who was abusive. And it was not certainly as bad as it could have been, but there were instances of really reckless behavior and heavy-handed behavior, right? And luckily, he was the guy that was paying for the house, had the checkbook basically for everything, and she was able to get out of that situation and leave, even though she lost that place. But I just think back to it as a kid, even that being just a few years of my life and that being difficult. Had that not happened, and had there not been somebody there to make that call and to intervene, just how differently one thing can absolutely, change a life there. And so with that, I just want to say that, again, we applaud at the end, just thinking of a physical representation of how many kids in 1 year were supported that ended up avoiding a really tragic situation like that. That's extremely meaningful work, as you know, and it's appreciated.
Thank you, Supervisor Brandon. And with that, I'll call for a motion.
I'd like to make the motion, Chair, if that's okay.
And turn your mic on, please.
It is on.
Oh,
I think
okay.
my sound might be down. I'll speak a little louder.
Yeah, that's
I'm
better.
good at that. Thank you so much, Annie, and please convey, I agree with everything the board members say, and please convey our deepest gratitude to all the staff and the team that does this important work. And with that, I would respectfully move that the Board of Supervisors proclaim April 2023 as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month and adopt the attached resolution.
And as a former social worker, I would like to second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're on to the next proclamation and commendation, item number 12. Tanya, would you please read that?
Item 12, consideration of adopting Resolution 28-23, proclaiming April 3rd through the 9th as Public Health Week in Tuolumne County.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome.
Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Good morning, members of the board, Assistant CAO Earhart. My name is Christina Herrera. I'm an agency manager with the Tuolumne County Public Health Department. With me today is Rebecca Edmonds, who is our supervising public health nurse. We're here today to support the resolution to proclaim the week of April 3rd as National Public Health Week. The theme of National Public Health Week this year is centering and celebrating cultures in health. And the goal is to recognize the important role of public health in building and maintaining healthy and safe communities throughout our nation. This aligns well with our public health department's mission to promote and protect health and well-being in Tuolumne County, and our vision of a safe and thriving community where every person achieves optimal health, and our values of equity, collaboration, excellence, and service. As always, we hope to inspire Tuolumne County residents to want to be healthy and create an environment where they can do that in Tuolumne County. We're happy to be here today to highlight the work of our department. The last 3 years of responding to COVID-19 has been challenging, to say the least, but our team is stronger than ever. While we are keeping COVID-19 in our sights, we are moving forward with exciting new projects and building upon our existing projects. Some of the achievements this year include the launch of our internship program. This year, we have 2 undergraduate public health students from UC Merced and CSU Stanislaus. We just onboarded a CSU Stanislaus nursing student today and are hosting a UCSF dental public health resident. We look forward to partnering with Columbia College later this year as we expand this program. This internship program is creating a school-to-work program and building a pipeline to expand our public health workforce and give students hands-on public health experience. Our epidemiology unit has released our first epi report. As you heard from Paul earlier, we released our first suicide data report, and they are working diligently on other projects, including a comprehensive communicable disease report, an analysis of county demographics, and our vaccine statistics. Because of the diligence of our epi team, we are now working closely directly with the California Department of Public Health research branches and leading the way and advocating for rural health departments to obtain better local rural health data sets to better inform our services and chronic disease rates. We hope to present these findings in abstracts in the near future. In November of last year, our team was able to travel to Boston to present our department's work at the national level at the American Public Health Conference, where we gave an oral presentation and 2 poster sessions. Our local oral health work was well received at the national level, and our conference session on improving workplace morale and wellness was as well. We also received funding for a disease intervention specialist workforce development program, and this funding increased our ability and increased our workforce to improve our capacity to investigate all reportable diseases and ramp up our community education efforts. Our Empower Peers Inspire the Community EPIC Youth Coalition, one of my favorite projects, is going strong, and we have over 25 students from our various Tuolumne County high schools. We've been able to return to our in-person leadership workshops and are working with our students on arts and media projects that highlight youth voices and health, such as substance abuse, mental health, and living healthy lifestyles. Recently, we took them on a field trip to see KAAD Radio, where they went live on radio, Access Tuolumne, and the Arts Council, and they learned how youth can get involved in these different aspects of our community. Thank you to Supervisor Campbell for meeting with our youth on that field trip. We hope to partner with Second Saturday Art Night and other local arts organizations to display our coalition's work later in May. And lastly, through our local indigent care program, we will have a new mobile health van. This project is still in the planning phase, but we're excited to make this health van possible, and it will bring behavioral health services, care coordination, and other health services more accessible by bringing them into the community where people are already at. We are also working towards bringing 211 services to the county through this program.
In addition to our new programs, we continue to work within our long-standing programs, such as tobacco control, immunization services, home visiting, emergency preparedness, nutrition and physical activity education, child passenger safety, oral health, and more. Our teams assess health, plan programs, and implement services at a variety of levels, from the individual to the organizational and environmental levels. As you can see, our department has many programs, and though our department is small, we are mighty. Despite the challenges we experienced the last few years, our team has worked together to keep our services running and providing resources for all community members. We have an amazing team. Our department is filled with laughter, fruit and veggie costumes, lunchtime activities, and a room full of dedicated professionals who work hard every day in their programs to make sure we work towards our department's mission and vision. The work we do would not be possible without the involvement of the community. We partner with many agencies and organizations to work to make the healthy choice the easy choice and to make resources, services, and the opportunities necessary to obtain optimal health available to all in Tuolumne County. Throughout the month of April, we invite the community to celebrate public health by participating in our annual hashtag Healthy Selfie TC contest. The steps to participate include doing something healthy in Tuolumne County, such as going on a walk, eating a healthful meal or snack, or volunteering. Take a selfie or photo of your activity, and then post and share your photo to your Facebook or Instagram story using the hashtag HealthySelfieTC. Each daily photo counts as one entry into a contest, with weekly winners selected for Hydro Flask water bottles. New this year are themed days including Meatless Monday, Take a Walk Tuesday, Water Wednesday, Thoughtful Thursday, Flexible Friday, and Weekend Warrior Fun. Photos can include the participants' faces, or if you prefer, they can be a photo of your healthy meal or your walking feet, for example. More information is available on our Facebook and Instagram pages by searching for Tuolumne County Public Health. Look for the pinned posts at the top of the pages. We also have cards in the back of the room with more information. In addition to the hashtag Healthy Selfie TC contest, we will be celebrating the daily themes of National Public Health Week on our social media pages, and our staff will be participating in a workplace wellness challenge. Keep an eye on our social media pages, our website, and our newsletters for healthy suggestions, including recipes, local walking trails, and steps you can take to optimize your health. We hope you will consider celebrating by participating in the hashtag Healthy Selfie TC contest, and we look forward to improving the health of Tuolumne County together. Finally, we respectfully ask your board to proclaim the week of April 3rd, 2023 as National Public Health Week. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have to say, wow, you guys, public health is on fire with all that you're doing. It's amazing. I think I'm going to go to the public first to see if there are additional comments they would like to make before bringing it back to the board. Anybody in the audience want to come forward and make a comment? All right, I'll bring it back to the board. And Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great. Thank you both. First, go Bobcats. That's great that you got a UC Merced student there in the office. We need jobs. I wanted to say just that I really appreciate you and your team. You've got tenfold spirit, but every time I've also met like anybody in public health, they're excited about their work and they love what they do. You know, way back when, I think it was 1854, get the Broad Street pump, right? Everybody's getting cholera in London. They're only finding out that the people that drink beer are safe. They're not getting it. And they go and actually map that out with a guy named John Snow, and they identify that it's this one pump that's got contamination in it. And to my knowledge, I think that was like the first example of epidemiology. And people ask, you know, well, okay, what does public health do? What does epidemiology do? It's trying to apply science in a fair way to make people's lives better and make communities better. And that is something that is absolutely special, and it's incredibly important. At the time, I think Tuolumne County was all of 4 years old. So all that aside, just want to say I really appreciate what you do. It's an honor to be able to announce this week and dedicate it to public health coming up. And I want to say, too, that what I also especially admire beyond the spirit is just the toughness, because this is not also easy. It's trying to change habits. It's trying to get people to not do what they're normally going to do. It's trying to get people to make better decisions. That's hard stuff. And I know that there has been a lot of difficulty over the past 3 years. So I admire your spirit. I admire your toughness. I admire what you do. And I'm very proud to stand behind public health and support you. And I think you're incredibly valuable to our community.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Supervisor Brandon. I liked the history elements in it. That I always try to throw in historical things whenever I learn something new. So it was good, nice to learn something. And one of the things that I always appreciate about you and your team and everybody at Public Health is anytime I talk to anyone at Public Health, I always learn something new. There's always some new program that's going into the community, and you're just extremely active. And I hope the community realizes that, and I think you're really starting to have this big impact and getting a reputation for success. So I'm so happy to see that, and I can't say I'm surprised given the talent that we have at Public Health. But what's fascinating to me about how you operate is that, and why public health is so important, is that it's the nexus between research-based medical data and human behavior, which, as we know, is not research-based and is not always logical. And so trying to combine something that is purely scientific and based in scientific study with human behavior, which is anything but that, it's a tall order, but you do an exemplary job at it, and I'm so proud of our team at Tuolumne County. So I really can't say enough good things about you guys. So I hope you convey that message from the board to all of your team.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
I would prefer to make my comments after Supervisor Kirk, please.
Did you have any comments?
I'll keep them short, and here's why. I think if the average person were to look at the headline news, how Kirk views public health, they would probably have a very skewed idea. But I've been on First Five, I've been doing this for about 5 years, and I would say from the folks I've worked with at Public Health and hearing everything that you guys do a really great job with so many programs, and I support that 100%. I think sometimes when public health, when we went through COVID-19, you know, there's going to be policy decisions that come into play. There's going to be friction, and that's the way government's designed. But I want you guys to know and your team to know at Public Health, all that put aside, when I look at these programs and I work with you, and I know you're very energetic and everything you touch is very lively, so really thank you. But thank your team for these programs that you guys do and the work that you do in the community, because like I said, I think if you were to just look at the Union Democrat, you would have a very skewed version of my view on public health. But I want you guys to know the areas where I do find agreement, I really support you guys. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Thank you. Good job. I am so strongly, in favor and supportive of everything that our public health, the efforts that you guys are doing. You're working to protect the people, all the people in the county, no matter what their persuasion, no matter what, we may have some personal preferences at times, but I am totally supportive of what you're doing to protect people in every single way. We struggled, with this at times during COVID. This is not an unknown thing. It was unfortunate because we need to support public health. You guys are doing just an outstanding job, and I'm so appreciative. We just need to do the right thing and continue to do so, and you guys are doing exactly that, and I'm very appreciative. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And to wrap things up, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. I agree with everything that everybody has said up here on the dais. I am really looking forward to that report that you're going to be producing on rural health care. That's going to help us in a lot of different ways. It's going to help open up other state legislators' eyes as to what the real issues are for Tuolumne County and other rural counties. So I'm really looking forward to that, and thank you for doing that. I'm also extremely happy to hear that you're working on the 211 services. I had a conversation with somebody just last week, and I can't remember who now. I've had so many conversations, but 211 came up, and we don't have this valuable resource here. So I'm looking forward to whatever presentation you're going to bring for our board, or whatever. If it's not public health, if it's somebody else that's doing it, I'm waiting with bated breath for 211. So thank you for following up on that. And I just want to say, you overwhelmed me today with all the new programs, the new staff that you're bringing on to public health. And the term that you used was small but mighty, and I second that. And with that, I would like to call for a motion.
I'd like to make the motion to approve the adopting resolution 28-23, proclaiming April 3rd through 9th as Public Health Week in Tuolumne County.
And I'd be honored to second.
Okay, so it was motion by Supervisor Goldenberg and a second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 5-0. Thank you so much. Okay, last one under proclamations and commendations, number 13. Tanya.
Thank you. Consideration of adopting Resolution 29-23 proclaiming April 2023 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Thank you, and good morning, Cassandra.
Good morning, Supervisors. Cassandra Jenneke, Tuolumne County District Attorney. I am honored to stand before you today with members of our sexual assault response team. Introducing myself, and then we have Jesse Abbott, who is from the Center for Nonviolent Community. We have Chairwoman Andrea Reich, who is going to be speaking with us, and then Rebecca Bell from Matheson Memorial Health Clinic. Sexual Assault Awareness Month is commemorated every April. Sexual violence is widespread and impacts every person in our community. By raising awareness, we seek to educate our community about how to prevent sexual violence from occurring. This year's national theme is Drawing Connections, Prevention Demands Equity. And this April's campaign calls on all individuals, all communities, to change ourselves and the systems surrounding us in order to build equity and to respect marginalized populations. When we look at the national statistics regarding sexual violence for marginalized populations, the numbers are quite daunting. More than 1 in 4 non-Hispanic Black women in the U.S. were raped at one point in their lifetime. More than 4 in 5 American Indian and Alaskan Native women will have experienced violence in their lifetime. 1 in 3 Hispanic women report unwanted sexual contact in their lifetimes. 32.9% of adults with intellectual disabilities will experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetimes. And 47% of all transgender people will have been sexually assaulted at some point in their lifetimes. The stark reality drawn by these statistics really does call on all of us as service providers, as community members, and individuals to start assessing the systems that surround sexual violence and to build a greater respect for equity within our communities. When I was thinking about my presentation before you today, I was really trying to think about how Tuolumne County's populations are marginalized. And what really stuck out to me was how being a rural community affects our ability to effectively combat sexual violence and to provide services to our survivors. And so looking at our local statistics just from our office, because you'll hear from CNBC in a little while about theirs. But in the calendar year of 2022, our office served 91 new victims of adult sexual assault and provided over 700 services to those victims. We provide services regardless of whether or not we file a case. And so of those new 91 victims, 22 cases were filed. Now, your multidisciplinary team that addresses sexual violence in Tuolumne County has made really great and huge strides in the last 2 years to bring equity to Tuolumne County's sexual assault survivors. One of the ways that we have done that is through great collaborative efforts, in due part to the people behind me, through an exponential increase in the availability of sexual assault examinations within Tuolumne County. It used to be that our survivors would have to go out of county, taking hours and hours to be transported to wait in emergency rooms at non-Tuolumne County hospitals to have these examinations done. But I'm happy to report to you that through the efforts of our team, we have increased the number of facilities that will house exams and increase the number of examiners that we have locally in Tuolumne County. Adventist Health Sonora has consistently been there for us, providing a space to conduct examinations, and we have increased from just one place to do examinations to onboarding 3 new locations. We will be able to conduct child examinations at the Sunshine Child Advocacy Center. We have the opportunity to have adult survivors and offender examinations at the Dan Backer Detention Center. And we will have up and running an adult and child survivor exam center at the Matheson Memorial Clinic in Jamestown. We've had one very dedicated examiner over the last 2 years who has done something like 95% of the exams that Tuolumne County has done. But we are very excited to note that we will be onboarding at least 2 new examiners in the next 12 months. And so I just have to give some shout outs for your sexual assault response team members. That nurse that I mentioned earlier, her name is Jennifer Monson. She works for Adventist Health Sonora. And as I said, she has been stalwart in her dedication to serving sexual assault survivors over the last 2 years. A majority of that time period, the poor woman wasn't getting paid. We have fixed that. And so it's dedication like that that really just goes unacknowledged, and so I wanted to make sure to mention her today. Huge shout out to the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office, Captain David Vasquez. When I let him know that there were issues in the provision of services and that the responsibility lied with his office to get things done, he got them done. That included payment for our nurses, reimbursement from Cal OES for those examinations, and making sure that his and Sheriff Pooley's investigations team was dedicated to serving our sexual assault survivors. Victim advocate Dixie Sky in my office, I asked her to do what felt impossible at the beginning of last year, which was to take on the sexual assault response team, try to keep us organized, which is much harder to do than you might think, and then make sure that we properly outfitted our new locations to conduct these examinations, getting colposcopes, slide dryers, all of the things that go along with housing that type of examination. Our partners at the Chicken Ranch Miwok Tribe and the Matheson Memorial Clinic, I cannot thank them enough. John Vass, Leanne Hatton, and Rebecca Bell, who you'll hear from today, they came to us and said, hey, how can we help? And when I said, well, I'd really love an examination room, they said, fantastic, we'll give you one in the back that's got secure access, and our survivors never have to walk through an open emergency room or through a medical office ever again. Our CNBC sexual assault response team advocates are incredible. They are responsible for responding 24/7 to any sexual assault survivor that reports in Tuolumne County. And then finally to the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, Chairwoman Reich and Diana Carpenter from Social Services, they have consistently supported our team and provided a much needed Native perspective on how we do things when it comes to our sexual assault response team. So this multidisciplinary team, I love Rebecca's thought process. I feel like many of our teams in Tuolumne County are small but mighty, and boy, have we really, really increased our might this year. So you'll hear from me probably at the end again, and now I'll introduce Jesse Abbott.
Hello, I am the Direct Services Coordinator at Center for a Nonviolent Community, which means that I oversee and supervise all of our advocates, which are the team that responds to all of the sexual assaults that we're called on. So that is a pager that's held 24/7 by our staff members, which means they could be in the middle of the night, picking up and going to the hospital, driving survivors, sometimes out of county, making sure that they have, food during medical examinations. They're no longer able to have access to their clothing. So there's just these considerations that our team consistently puts forth. And so I also wanted to give a brief shout out to the beautiful human beings that I work with. CNBC provided 1,435 services to 92 survivors of sexual assault in 2021. In 2022, we provided 1,242 services to 105 survivors. So that's a lot. But I really want to highlight that that probably doesn't count a fraction of the people who have been sexually assaulted in our county. As you can tell, there was some differentiations between the district attorney's numbers and ours. So even within the numbers of the people who have reached out for supportive services, that doesn't mean that we're reporting. Some of the contributing factors that go into this is just not raising awareness. And so I want to thank you all for your consideration in creating this proclamation for our county. Bringing awareness to sexual assault survivors keeps us creating a culture of human beings that believe survivors of sexual assault. There are a lot of barriers that go into the process that I don't think we even consider. And a lot of the time, I think it's just easier to not move forward with asking for help or reporting. So I want to give a huge thank you to the collaboration and the team for SART, for the District Attorney's Office, Victim Witness, Law Enforcement, Sonora Police Department, Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office, our tribes, and our SANE nurses. I think that I would definitely agree with Cassandra that in the last 2 years there have been huge leaps and bounds in collaboration and awareness and education that we have worked together on, which is just creates a more seamless and less traumatizing experience for a survivor when all of us are working together. So thank you.
Thank you.
Chairwoman Reich.
Machuxis, Kachihima, Kaniyase, Andrea Reich. I said greetings and good afternoon. My name is Andrea Reich and I serve in the capacity as chairwoman for the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians. I'm honored to be here today to support this proclamation. Standing united in our commitment to end all forms of sexual violence. Sexual violence is a serious and pervasive crime that 43.6% of women and nearly a quarter of men in the United States experience some form of contact sexual violence in their lifetime. It's worth repeating. 4 in 5 Native American and Alaska Native women have experienced violence in their lifetime, and 1 in 2 have experienced sexual violence. Everyone has the right to be safe, and ending sexual violence requires the leadership of survivors, support of leaders like you all, the collaborative efforts of law enforcement, justice systems, public health officials, local and tribal programs, and community members. It is important that everyone shares a strong message that sexual violence is unacceptable and is not our tradition. The Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians has been providing services and support to all Native Americans and Alaskan Natives impacted by domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking for the past 15 years. We currently serve 4 counties and have 2 full-time staff available 24 hours a day to support sexual assault victims and survivors. Additionally, we are expanding outreach and education efforts to bring awareness to Tuolumne County and other neighboring counties about the lifelong impacts that these victims and survivors have, both emotional, mental, social, and physical. Staff continue to work collaboratively with local, state, and federal entities to bring awareness and provide services of support to both victims and survivors. These efforts have and continue to be a priority for the tribe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And Rebecca Bell.
My name is Rebecca, and I'm a registered nurse at Matheson Memorial Health Clinic and a sexual assault nurse examiner. I want to thank Matheson Memorial Health Center for partnering with Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office by providing a safe, discreet place to receive medical care and reduce secondary trauma for children and adults, including marginalized populations affected by domestic violence and sexual assault. Our CEO, John Fass, has such a heart for our community and has made it his, along with Matheson Memorial Health Clinic's mission, to put our patients and community first by providing quality, trauma-informed care. I'm proud to be a part of our community's sexual assault response team. To put in perspective, 2 out of 5 women will experience domestic violence or sexual assault in their lifetime. 1 in 5, per the CDC, will experience cardiovascular disease. So you have a 2-time higher chance of experiencing domestic violence and sexual assault versus a cardiovascular disease, which affects most women in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so to wrap all that up, it is our request that you approve the resolution and declare April 2023 in Tuolumne County as Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Thank you for the presentation, and I think I'm going to go to the people in this room for public comment, if anybody has anything they'd like to say regarding this presentation. Come on up.
Well, it's always nice to see a resolution, but I like to see something a little bit more. So not only do we have sexual assault, we also have sexual harassment. So for those of you who sit on the TCTC committee, this will be coming up at our next meeting. Because what I have seen on the bus has been sexual harassment of developmentally disabled, of women, of ones we're not sure of, and there's no place for that on the bus in our public transit. There's no place for it in our grocery stores. There's no place for it in the largest gathering place in 3 counties. So I certainly hope our local media will assist with spreading some information so that we can all behave better.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment on this one agenda item? All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board. And Supervisor Kirk, would you please?
It's kind of a heavy morning with some of these proclamations, suicide and all that stuff, but we are here and we're talking about it. And I'll just simply say a few things, which is when it comes to sexual crimes, I know from working in law enforcement, it's such a tedious process. Cassandra and team that you guys have to deal with as far as prosecuting and the victims, there's such a dynamic there trying to protect the victims, but then trying to get them to come forth and do that whole process. So I don't know what other counties do, but I know from when Judge Craig was here before, attorney, I know hearing reports and hearing from you, Cassandra, we have a really good thing here, and we have the data that backs it up. So thank you. I just want to say thank you, Jesse, Cassandra, Andrea, Rebecca, for being here this morning and bringing this to us. The numbers are astounding, and I'll just tell you a little personal story because I think it's appropriate. You know, working in law enforcement and having a daughter changed my world. And it sounds cheesy, but you guys know the song, the music, John Mayer, the guy. There's a song and it says, "Fathers, be good to your daughters. Daughters turn into lovers, who turn into mothers." And I've never forgot that phrase in the song that he sings. And so what I've done as a father is I've dated my daughter. I now have another daughter who's 18 months old, but I date them, taught them about their body parts, taught them what's appropriate, basically from 2 on up. And for one of my kids, it prevented a sexual assault case. And so when you say the number is 43% of women, it's, and like Andrea said, 1 in 2 Native Americans, it's always going to be from somebody you know, most likely, a family member, a relative, somebody you trust. So parents, you have to guard your daughters, you have to guard your children, and you have to teach them about their bodies and what's appropriate or not. Because if you don't, somebody else will explore it and exploit it at some point. It's just the world we live in. So it's appropriate that we're having this conversation. Please, if you're listening, funny story, I taught my daughter about her private parts. We were in Walmart, I was changing her diaper, and she started screaming, "No, no, no, this is my pee-pee. If you touch me, I'm gonna kick your butt and I'm gonna tell my dad, and he's a cop." Like, that's what I seriously had to drill in her mind, what to say if somebody touches you there. And it was hilarious because people walking by were like freaking out thinking I was some weirdo. I was like, no, I trained my daughter this, she's fine. But the point is, it sounds a little over the top, but that's the world we live in. So parents, please protect your children, please teach them, because someday you're gonna have a little kid and it's gonna protect them. So sorry if I went a little over the top, but this shit's real, so thank you.
And I might caution you that you need to protect your sons as well. They're not immune. And that's just a comment. And Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to thank you for being here too. That was something that I know a long time ago had been brought up to me, that was something that the Matheson Clinic had wanted to create a SART office where they could go securely into and be able to have the fact that there wasn't always facilities available and there was a time frame for that, and if you're not able to do it, then you're not able to catch the perp. And so I'm really happy to hear that moving forward, but then also just the amazing partnership too, right? Because I know people escaping that type of violent situation need a place to stay. right? And they need a safe transitional housing that's supporting them in getting better. And to see a partnership between the county and our nonprofits and our tribal partners, it's really inspiring, because I think that's absolutely how we should be approaching these issues. So my commendation on that, really well done. And I hope that as we continue to move forward, and we have an opportunity to be able to assist back and invest in that capacity, please do make the ask of how we can help support that. I think we know in this community we do have an issue with abuse across multiple types, and I want us to be able to break that.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Oh my goodness, there's so much here, and appreciate everything that was stated. You know, Cassandra, when you first got up, you kind of gave a good overview and appreciated, including, you know, that we look at all people, including transgenders, who are often targeted, unfortunately. And so we need to recognize that and be respectful, you know, to deal with that. The amount of victims, you know, between what we heard from yourself as well as CNV, sure, the numbers may differ, but truly appreciate your efforts. You know, the number of official reports, and I think you said 22 cases were filed, and that's important, you know, because every time that we do that, you know, coming out of our government, you know, that sends a message. Unfortunately, it may not be well recognized, you know, amongst the, perpetrators, you know, that are doing this. But the team aspect, you know, when we look at the, the various areas, you know, where we're processing and dealing with these cases, whether it be at Sunshine, Dombacher Detention Center. Very glad to hear the Matheson Clinic stepping up there, as well as the Miwok, you know, band. You know, they're heavily involved here too. Add on to that the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office, you know, Captain David Vasquez, you know, what he's doing, you know, looking to promote and help on payments, reimbursements. That's all, you know, very important. One area that gets left behind at times is our homelessness population. And so we need to continually look at that because there's a lot of abuse that happens, you know, in that area. And just in closing, overall, the combined community effort and the importance that we place on this, government, tribal, private, bringing that together is going to help us, you know, resolve. We're never going to totally resolve it, I get that, but to do our best to address. So thank you all for your efforts.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
I don't have much to add. I concur with what the other board members said. I think it's an area that I think for many, many years we in our culture, it was something that wasn't talked about. And I think the fact that we're talking about it and making it a larger issue that is not, we're taking it out of the shadows is kind of the job that you do. And I don't know how you navigate that difficult element of investigating crimes and helping the victims of these crimes, and also making them feel safe enough to be able to go through the criminal justice process, which, as we know, is not an easy thing to go through for the victims of crimes. So I think we're in a better position in this county than we were for our entire history right at this moment. So thank you truly for your work and for your efforts.
All right, and I'll add just a few comments myself. I just want to thank you for your unified approach and outreach in this regard. When you gave your presentation, Cassandra, I actually got goosebumps. And that's because back in 2006, when we closed TGH, our only county-run hospital, we lost that capacity to do those exams. And so to find out that we've had one warrior, Jennifer Monison, if I said her name right, to continue on that tradition, and now we're getting 2 more. That's outstanding. And just as outstanding as your unified approach with all the organizations, the tribe, all going towards this one effort, it's amazing. And so I would like to personally thank Dixie Sky, Jesse Abbott, Rebecca Bell, and Andrea Reich for their efforts and the teams that they represent. And I think that's probably what I wanted to say. So with that, I will call for a motion on this.
I'd like to make the motion to adopt Resolution 29-23, proclaiming April 2023 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
I'll second.
Okay, so we had a motion by Supervisor Goldenberg and a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, at long last, we're going to go back to our consent calendar, which we usually do at the first part of the meeting.
Oh, yeah.
But, oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Consent calendar.
Yeah, consent calendar, what's that? But I thought it was really important, just for those of you who know, to honor and respect all the people that were here at the beginning of our meeting that were honored under the proclamations and commendations section. So, with that being said, Tanya, would you please read the consent calendar?
Thank you. Item 1, approving the minutes of the March 21st, 2023 meeting. Item 2, approving a contract in the amount of $1,113,451 to George Reed, Inc., contained in the fiscal year 22-23 adopted budget to perform the work as shown in the plans and bid book for contract number 1684, Phoenix Lake Road Improvement Project, and authorizing the chair to sign. Item 3, approving a standard agreement for professional services with Nichols Consulting Engineering, CHTD, NCE, contained in the fiscal year 22-23 adopted budget for engineering design services related to Jamestown Gateway and Main Street Revitalization Project number 1756 in an amount not to exceed $197,125.98 and authorizing the chair to sign. Item 4, approving a $14 annual fee for fiscal year 2023-2024 to administer and defend Chapter 5.28 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, Control of Rents in Mobile Home Parks. Item 5, adopting Resolution 25-23, authorizing the renewal of investment authority of the Treasurer Tax Collector and approving the Tuolumne County Statement of Investment Policy. Item 6, adopting a Resolution 26-23, authorizing participation in the Farmer Grant Program, fiscal year 22-23, year 5, and the execution of the Farmer Shared Allocation Pool Allocation Agreement and authorizing the county administrator to sign. Item 7, approving letter of support to the California Senate and Assembly Budget Subcommittee to increase in-home supportive services administrative funding and authorizing the board chair to sign. Item 8, approving the Tuolumne County Child Care Planning Council 2023 membership report. And item 9, approving the appointment of Kelly Kirchton to the Tuolumne County Child Care Planning Council as the public agency representative and Jackie Roberts as the public agency representative alternate, with both terms to expire June 30th, 2024.
All right, thank you. And the first thing I'll ask is, well, I'm going to go with if there's any item that a board member wishes to be pulled, and actually I would request that number 7 be pulled for further discussion. Any other items to be pulled? Okay, how about comments? Any comments on anything? Supervisor Campbell.
I just have a briefest of comments just to give a huge shout out to our Public Works team for items 2 and 3. I'm very proud of the progress that Kim and Blossom and the whole team at Public Works have made in moving forward despite all of the damage to our road network through these storms. They are still moving forward with these larger long-term projects that have been neglected for decades. And so I'm just really proud of our team, and seeing it on the consent agenda makes me really happy.
Thank
So I
you.
have to say so.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
No comments other than to concur with Supervisor Campbell.
All right. And so with that, I'd like to, let's see, we need to call for a motion for everything on the consent calendar except for number 7. Anybody willing to do that?
So moved.
Yes. Oh, public comment. Sorry.
Unmoved.
Okay, we'll come back to that. First, I need to ask for public comment. Thank you, Sarah.
Good morning, Blossom Scottheim, Public Works Department. On item 2, it was brought to our attention that the bonds that were uploaded as part of the contract in the online packet were not executed. We've provided copies to your board and extra copies in the back for the public of the executed bonds. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on anything on the consent calendar except for number 7? All right, seeing none, we had a motion by Supervisor Brandon
I will second.
and a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, it carries 5-0.
And I just want to comment, thank you to staff for getting back to me on the questions I sent out. Forgot to make that.
Thank you. All right, Tanya, would you please read number 7?
Item 7, approving letter of support to the California Senate and Assembly Budget Subcommittee to increase in-home supportive services administrative funding and authorizing the board chair to sign.
Okay, the reason that I pulled this is when I was reading the letter, and I don't have it up in front of me, but it talks about how we are really at a deficit and we need more funding for these services. And I agree. I agree with that. I agree with everything in the letter except for one part that we didn't seem to have any influence over. And it talks about also supplying those services to undocumented individuals that reside in our area. And I do not believe that our taxpayers support paying for undocumented people. So I don't know if the rest of the board will agree with me or not, but I have a suggestion. If there are at least 3, I have a suggestion for rewording that part, but I'll put that off until we have discussion with the rest of the board.
At the beginning of the board, at the beginning of the meeting, I told half I wanted to pull item 7 as well. We were on the same page. I texted Rebecca during the, or Mrs. Spino during the beginning of the board meeting. Same thing. I don't need to rehash it. I don't think local taxpayers would agree with it, and it was something that was apparently slid in under this new law or whatnot. So I would be open to hearing what your suggestion is, but obviously we got to have one more. So if anybody else agrees with us, otherwise we can move forward.
If I can weigh in on this, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, there's only one mention or 2 mentions of it. It is only referencing that a state law passed that has expanded eligibility, but it doesn't have anything to do with the recognition. That's all it's stating, is
That was good.
that's factual. Yeah.
And I'm sorry to step on you. That was going to be my statement as well. I can read it if you'd like. It
Yes,
says,
please read it.
recently enacted expansions in Medi-Cal eligibility, including undocumented persons age 50 and older, and the removal of Medi-Cal assist limit test will allow more older adults and persons with disabilities to qualify for IHSS services to remain safely in their homes and community, avoiding costly hospitalizations and institutionalizations. That's the statement. It doesn't say that we're supportive of, I guess I wasn't clear on what the issue was with that. that
The
sentence.
issue is that
It's
more
stating a fact.
people will fall under this category because undocumented persons will be recognized and our tax dollars will go to help pay for IHSS and other services. And at this point, I think I'll just read what I had suggested to put in instead. And it says, although the California Welfare and Institutions Code section 140078 now allows for undocumented persons age 50 and older to receive these benefits, a majority of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, and this is if we have a majority, does not approve our tax dollars being spent on people who are undocumented and living in the United States. We do, however, support the need to address this gross funding gap for all the reasons stated above. So that's, you know, it can be wordsmithed a little bit, but that's my suggestion. Supervisor Goldenberg, did you have any comments?
No, not specifically, other than to concur with Supervisors Brandon and Campbell on this. I think we're pushing this in a direction that we don't really need to go in. The overall purpose of this, but I'd like to hear from staff on this as well. You know, but I just think we're getting outside here.
Thank you. Rebecca, would you like to come forth?
Yes, I guess I just want to just confirm the reason we're bringing this before the board is to gain your support to request the Senate and Assembly Budget Committee to enhance our funding. And yes, that is correct. In May of 2022, there was an expansion in the Medi-Cal program that included individuals 50 and over now qualify for Medi-Cal, and in that legislation included undocumented individuals. Also, it did include an asset test that was moved from $2,000 per person to $130,000 per person, which was significant, specifically for Tuolumne County, because right now, if somebody goes into long-term care, they have to spend all their life savings to get support. And what this expansion does is it allows folks to, you know, keep a little bit of money in their bank account for the future or maybe for their families. So it was all tied together. So I know it's kind of difficult when things are tied together and there's, you know, an opinion about, you know, one portion of the change. But today is really to request support to expand our funding for that in-home supportive services program.
Right. Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. So just a few thoughts on this. One, we did have the legislative platform discussion. I think IHSS funding was brought up, but I don't think this was something that was discussed in any way. No position was taken. We're talking about a budget allocation to a committee for the upcoming, I guess May revise basically, right, on the governor's budget. And what this is proposing is a legislative change. It's reversing a piece of legislation previously. And just the last point is, if we're sending something to a committee on past stuff, trying to focus on, again, it's the Senate and Assembly Budget Subcommittee. It's neither in their scope of authority, nor do I would expect they would get that and they would throw it in the garbage. It might as well just not even send a letter at all. I think what we're trying to do is focus on getting IHSS funding. Personally, for me, I don't care who the person is when they're taking care of somebody and how that's funded. If they are doing the good work that IHSS does, that's my personal perspective. But from a tactical standpoint, I just don't think I think it actually really undermines what we're trying to do with this. I think it kind of takes away the credibility.
Supervisor Campbell.
And I concur with Supervisor Brandon entirely on that. I think the salient point that we're trying to achieve here is we're asking for more support for in-home supportive services, and it's not, if we venture into another area, which is this point of undocumented persons, that's not really our decision to make, but we do know that we need more money for IHSS. And so, reading through it, I would be open to striking. I don't see that sentence is necessarily needed. to make the point, I'd be open to striking that entire sentence that contains the word undocumented, if that would please the board. I would also want to ask staff if that changes the meaning of what we're trying to do here. In my interpretation, it doesn't, but I'm still open to understanding more.
Rebecca?
But I would put that out there as an alternative.
Well, I don't think it changes the meaning, the fact that the undocumented will be covered, whether we strike it or not, but I don't think it changes the meaning.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg?
No, I was just going to, weigh in on that as well. How many times have we seen state mandates in numerous ways, right, that we're not always appreciative of, but we do understand that we need to follow. But that said, if we strike that language, the law is still going to carry what the law is. And so I'm okay with striking that sentence so well.
Thank you. All right. So I think we're ready to call for a motion. Who would like to make one?
I'll move to approve it as is on staff recommendation.
Do I hear a second? All right. I think that motion failed.
I'll make a motion to approve the letter, striking the sentence, I want to make sure I get the right one. I believe it's the third sentence. So the sentence that begins, recently enacted expansions, and continues on to the word institutionalization, and keeping the rest of the letter as is. Is that a clear enough motion?
I think it must be because I don't hear anybody saying no. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, it was motion by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg with the rewriting as stated. And I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay or no.
No.
And no? Okay. And any abstentions? All right, the motion carries 4 to 1 to 0. Thank you. Didn't I do public comment?
I don't think so.
I didn't. Boy, I'm getting really bad. Must be lunchtime. Not yet. Okay. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and call for public comment in case there is somebody in the room that wants to get up and speak about this. Seeing none, do I need to recall? No? Okay. So our former motion passes, and we're on to the next item. Tanya, would you please read number 14?
Thank you. Item 14, consideration of approval of a comment letter to the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, Office of State Fire Marshal on the notice of proposed rulemaking concerning the regulations relating to fire hazard severity zones in the state responsibility area.
And we have our illustrious OES coordinator to give us a presentation.
All righty. Let's see, let me pull up what I have. Oh, hold on a second.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. I forgot about it. Shoot. And I think when we come back from a 5-minute break, we're gonna start with our 11 o'clock appointment that I neglected to notice. And then we'll continue after that with the presentation by our OES coordinator. Thank you. And I want to apologize again because I neglected to notice that we have an 11 o'clock appointment and it is past 11 o'clock. So Tanya, if you will read that agenda item, please.
Thank you. 11 a.m. presentation on the Tuolumne County Ag Livestock Pass Program.
Okay. Good morning. It's still morning. I'm Kelly Schroeder, your Tuolumne County Agricultural Commissioner, and with me today is Nathan Bryson, one of our agricultural biologists. We are here today to present to you the newly created Tuolumne County Disaster Livestock Access Pass Program. So also with us are individuals from other agencies that have been involved in creating the Tuolumne County program, or as we often refer to it as the Ag Pass program. Bill Pulley, our sheriff, is here. Dory Beats with OES. Mike Mazouk with Animal Control. Flavi, I'm not going to get her last name correctly, Odwan with UC Cooperative Extension. Bill Bartow with CAL FIRE. And the CHP and the Forest Service also met with us in regards to creating our program. And we also had a community meeting with Farm Bureau and some members that this program would involve last month. So in October of 2021, Assembly Bill 1103 was signed into law by the governor. This bill created Food and Ag Code 2350. In essence, this code provides for pass holders to access an area affected by a natural disaster to provide care for their livestock. Due to the scale of operations and the fact that many ranches operate on a variety of leased and owned land that may or may not be contiguous, evacuating livestock from commercial ranching operations may not be possible in the event of a major incident. Sheltering in place may be the best and safest alternative. Safe access by trained and qualified ranch personnel is critical to livestock welfare, firefighter safety, law enforcement safety, and public safety. In Tuolumne County, to be eligible for the program, a person shall be a commercial livestock operator with 40 or more head of livestock, which entails cattle, sheep, goats, swine, including offspring in utero, for an example, 20 pregnant cows or ewes, a poultry operation with over 3,000 birds, and or a beekeeper with 50 or more commercial hives. Commercial operators with less than these amounts can either evacuate their herds or animal control with the assistance of evacuation of livestock in Tuolumne emergencies, which goes by Team Elite, can help to evacuate these animals. The main purpose of this program is to allow vetted commercial livestock producers access through roadblocks to feed, water, and care for their herd or hives. The Food and Ag Code requires Ag Pass holders to attend a 4-hour fire safety training instructed by CAL FIRE. The Ag Office will coordinate with CAL FIRE and the Sheriff's Office to schedule required trainings. The Ag Department will handle vetting the applicants, scheduling the training, and all of the required paperwork. Once the Ag Pass has been obtained by a commercial livestock producer, they keep this pass with them in case of an emergency. If there is an emergency, after the Sheriff's Office, If there is an emergency, after the Sheriff's Office has evacuated the area and deems it safe for producers to access their herds or hives, the pass holder will call the Sheriff Dispatch and notify the Sheriff's Office that they need to gain access. If safe for them to do so, the Sheriff's Office will notify the person at the roadblock, authorizing the access to the pass holder. If conditions change upon arrival at the roadblock, the person could be turned away if it is deemed no longer safe to enter. If an Ag Pass holder violates conditions of the pass, then the Sheriff or Ag Department can revoke the pass. We are in the process of developing a reinstatement process. In conclusion, the Ag Livestock Pass is applied for and distributed to agriculturalists before a disaster. The application process is designed to confirm that the pass holder is a bona fide agricultural owner-operator or managerial employee whose services are essential to providing protection and care for livestock. The personnel are empowered to use discretion in denying access. However, in those cases when the boundaries of the closure area include agricultural land not deemed an imminent risk, the ag livestock pass holder should allow the card holder access to the agricultural property. So this is a program that we've put together, and we had a meeting, as I said, with the community, and Farm Bureau was there. They were in support of this program. Some members of the Cattlemen's Association were in attendance as well. That concludes our presentation. Is there any questions in regards to our program?
So questions from the board. Does anybody have one? It's fairly clear.
Yeah, this is clear. You know, just confirming that both our sheriff's office and CAL FIRE are on board with this, and, you know, you always look at potential liability issues, you know, shelter in place. I'm personally in favor of it, but just want to make sure that
Right, there will be a liability disclosure form that the pass holder has to sign, but we have met with the sheriff on multiple occasions, and OES and CAL FIRE, and they have shown support for the program, and they are here today in support of the program. And CAL FIRE will be providing that fire safety training for the pass holders.
correct. Okay, great, thank you.
Supervisor Campbell?
Thank you, Chair. So there's a minimum, and thank you for your presentation. It does look pretty straightforward. I'm just trying to get an idea of the scale of this. It says a minimum of 40 head of livestock is the barrier to entry. Do you have an idea of how many ranchers in our community meet that threshold? Do you have a existing list of people that could potentially apply to this? I'm just trying to get an idea of how many people this would service.
So we've been working with Farm Bureau because unless they have a pesticide permit with our office, we don't necessarily know that they exist. So Farm Bureau, we sent our list of who we knew, and Farm Bureau's been vetting that list, and they haven't completely confirmed. Scott Oneto with UC Co-op was also going to look at the list for us, so we don't have a definite number at this point.
Okay.
All right, with that, I will see if there's any public comment on this presentation. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for final comments.
Seems good.
All right, well, I think it's a valuable service, and thank you for bringing this presentation. So I will now call for, do I need to call for a vote, or is it just a presentation?
Just a presentation.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, now, we'll go back to item number 14, and Tanya, would you please read that again? I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Item 14, consideration of approval of a comment letter to the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, Office of State Fire Marshal, on the notice of proposed rulemaking concerning the regulations relating to fire hazard severity zones in the state responsibility area.
All right, Dory, take it away.
All righty, Dory Beats, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services. A little background, you do have the memo. I'll just take a few pieces out of this. I do have up on the overhead as well is the Office of the State Fire Marshals, Fire Severity Zones information webpage, which is great if you haven't seen that already. But these particular maps are developed using a science-based and field-tested model that assigns a hazard score based on the factors that influence fire likelihood and fire behavior. Many factors are considered, such as fire history, existing and potential fuel, the natural vegetation, predicted flame length, blowing embers, terrain, and typical fire weather for the area. There are 3 levels of hazard in the state responsibility area, and those are moderate, high, and very high. The fire hazard severity zone maps evaluate hazard, not risk, and so it's important. We've had this question a lot. The severity zones are based on the hazard, not the risk, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. They are like flood zone maps where lands are described in terms of the probability level of a particular area being inundated by floodwaters, not specifically prescriptive of hazards or impacts. So those hazards is based on the physical conditions that create a likelihood and expected fire behavior over a 30 to 50-year period. Without considering mitigation measures such as home hardening, recent wildfire, or fuel reduction efforts. Again, we get asked that a lot, and so the severity zones are based on that hazard, not the risk or the work that we've been doing to lower that risk. And so I want to be very clear. Risk is that potential damage a fire can do to the area under existing conditions. So we're looking again at the hazards and not the risk. Classification of all lands within the state responsibility area into fire hazard severity zones is required by law. Therefore, the fire hazard severity zone designations and accompanying maps must follow the Administrative Procedures Act and must be approved by the Office of Administrative Law. The regulation can be found in Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations. On December 16th of last year, the Office of the State Fire Marshal published a notice of proposed rulemaking considering the regulations relating to the fire hazard severity zones in the state responsibility area. The original comment period was dated December 16th through February 3rd, but the department then provided additional written comment period, which actually ends today through April 4th. So that's why we're here today in front of your board. The Board of Supervisors Fire Safety Advisory Committee met on February 26th to discuss and review those changes that we saw within Tuolumne County. And as outlined in the memo, there are a few changes to designations in Tuolumne County. We have a slightly higher, small percentage based on the 2007, so that was the last time this was done. A slight increase in the very high, a higher increase in the high, and a decrease in the moderate zone areas within Tuolumne County. Specifically, and I wanna just roll this out, there's a great little viewer to the right. So the shade is what it was originally or previously designated within Tuolumne County. So red is that very high, and then the orange is the high. And so you can see when I move this roller over, the changes. And so, for example, Supervisor Brandon, you can see where in the Columbia area, it is going from, the high to all very high in and around the Columbia area. You can see Sonora doesn't change, that there's a different process. They're going to go through the same process for LRA, or local responsibility areas. So this is just looking at the SRA. And of course, the changes as we get up the 108 corridor, you can see in and around the Tuolumne area where it was very high around and now is will be listed as high. We also did see a decrease from very high to high in that Sonora area. Again, you can see right there, there's areas where it has gone from red to orange. And also in the Moto Vista area, you can see those changes. So we just wanted to highlight that for you of what is being proposed on these regulations. The committee discussed general comments to be submitted and bring back. Unfortunately, a final letter we weren't able to bring back to the full committee because we had to cancel that particular March meeting, and so the staff are recommending this draft letter for consideration. The letter you have in front of you is the updated letter with some additions to a particular document that several of you have seen from Jim Schmidt, who is a retired U.S. Forest Service GIS specialist who did some specific data-driven modeling for specific to wind. And so one of the areas that they are looking at, and as you see in this draft comment letter, is that we want to incorporate local data and not just data that was driven from a regional or statewide. And so Jim Schmidt had brought up some wind-driven data that is contrary to what the state-driven data is saying with respect to potential wildfire behavior in Tuolumne County. So happy to go over that letter with you or answer any questions. Again, the comment letter is due today, no rush, no hurries, but it's something that we want to submit and be on the record for.
Thank you, Dory. And if I can just tag on to what you've already said, I think every single board member got Jim Schmidt's study. And the study itself, I wanted to report on some of the things that it said. On page 4 of that study, it said strong, dry, gusty downslope winds from the north or northeast that originate from the Great Basin deserts are associated with some of the most destructive and deadliest fires in California history. And he cites that. This whole document, it's full of citations. These winds are labeled Santa Ana winds in Southern California, Diablo winds when they occur in the San Francisco Bay Area, north winds in the northern Sierras, and mono winds in central and southern Sierras. So that's the key, mono winds. And then I want to quote from another part of the report on page 14. The frequency of Diablo North type winds in the central and southern Sierras, that's us, aka mono winds, has received less study. And in a certain study called Rusha in 1976, it suggests that the east winds are less frequent in the high Sierras south of Lake Tahoe compared to lower elevations found in the northern Sierras and in the very southern part of the range. This person who did that study estimates that the mono winds occur once or twice a year starting in September, but most often in December or January, which is during our winter. And he also provided a map showing the winds. And I don't know if we have that for everybody else here or not. That it was late breaking, it came in. Jim Schmidt wanted to be here, but he is in Oregon, so not able to make this presentation. But it shows very clearly on the map that we do not have those high winds. And I know how the state is very often wanting to do a one-size-fits-all in their modeling, and it appears that that has been done here. So I want to call the board's attention now to the second page of the letter that Dory handed out. And it's the, I guess, third paragraph down. And this is where it takes into consideration what I just read. Tuolumne County does object to the science-based modeling of how these designations were made, as it does not apply to our local area. There are several communities that have an increase of severity, while literal neighbors with a steeper slope do not. While we understand that insurance companies use risk models, not hazard, and the insurance commissioner has publicly stated that fire severity zones are not used in determining risk, we would like local area data to be considered. Per a recent study attached, and that's Jim Schmidt's study, conducted by Jim Schmidt, and it's called Defensible Space, Housing Density, and Diablo North Wind Events, Impacts on Loss Rates for the Homes in Northern California Wildfire. High wind events during the fire season are much more common in the San Francisco Bay Area, called Diablo winds, and in the Sierras north of Lake Tahoe, called north winds. These types of winds are rare in Tuolumne County during the fire season. No instances, this is really important, no instances of such winds were found in the last 20 years at the Mount Elizabeth or Bald Mountain weather stations, and only one event at the Green Springs weather station, which is quite a bit lower. We request local data be used for the hazard model and severity designations. And then we also have incorporated, we got a report from Kanan Whitman, our assessor, and so the next paragraph takes that into consideration. In closing, while we understand that insurance companies use risk models, not hazard, and the insurance commissioner has publicly stated that fire severity zones are not used in determining risk, Tuolumne County currently has the highest number of California FAIR Plan policies and we cannot continue with such impacts. Tuolumne County has the highest percentage of insurance per capita on the FAIR plan in the state at 31.9%. Yet our community has lost the least number of homes, especially when compared to other counties throughout the state. Any changes to perceived risk or severity designations by insurance companies will likely increase insurance premiums for our community. So those are the two parts that I wanted to call to the board's attention in this letter. And if I can, I'll open it up to questions now from the board. To Dory. No?
Dory, I sent you an email. I'm still scratching my head because it was about, can we include Cerro Project and all the things we've done and all the work we've done to mitigate this. And then in the response, and I'm just trying to understand where the state's at, fire zones then do not take into account the work we have done, only hazards. But we remove the hazards. So I don't understand why we can't push back on that.
Yeah, so, and this was brought up by multiple individuals as well, the difference between hazards and a risk. And again, what they're basing hazards and defined hazards is not the work that we've done, right? Because we are lowering that risk. And I will say the Office of the State Fire Marshal is currently working on a risk modeling. So in cooperation with the insurance commissioner and entities throughout the state to really identify what that means so that we can lower that risk of a community for a wildfire. But the hazard model that they use doesn't take those into consideration.
So they have a model, but then they're working on another model that
Yes.
will take it into consideration.
Yes, correct.
And, okay.
I know, and I'm not the authority on that.
No, I
and
know,
so
I know.
I wish I
This isn't
could.
pointing at you. I'm just, okay. And then I'm sorry, we just got this today, right? Okay. No, I really appreciate you putting in that study. I read it. I had some other people read it. And yeah, you're spot on. And I would say we need to talk offline because at 31.9%, I was actually working on bringing something to the board specifically with insurance, but I feel like we can still do that because this is part of this conversation as well. Sorry, that just
I know,
irks me.
I'm sorry, it
We're
doesn't
removing
answer
the
you.
hazards, but yet we're not acknowledging that we're removing the hazards. It blows my mind. So I just got to chew on that. And it's not directed towards you,
Yeah,
Dory.
I understand. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. Last day to comment is today. They already said that they're not going to account for that. So what's the point? Do we expect them to, in any case, actually change anything, or are we just putting our line in the sand? Have they ever changed any of them based on any county sending in something saying you forgot something?
Well, remember this hasn't been updated in a while, so it is something they're required by law to do and designate. And when you look at the overall county, it's kind of an even, cross, right? We're gaining some, we're losing some, and we're changing based on those criteria that they in their hazard model. So submitting a letter of comment will definitely state that, yes, we disagree with some of those local data or the data. We want local data to be used versus something more regional. And so I think that is important from a staff perspective. That is important for us to make that statement. Whether they take that and change it, it may not happen, but at least it will be on there for the record.
Okay, because tiny comment. I kind of agree. If we're saying things that they're not accounting for, but they should, we should include those and say, we know that you're not accounting for these projects, but consider fire hardening money, Cerro money, fuel reduction money. I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems very silly to me that west of Sonora and Jamestown there would be very high fire risk right next to the reservoir, a lot of grassland there, the same fire risk as all the way up the hill, in the deforest route and kind of rimfire territory. So anyway.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
I don't have any questions, some comments when appropriate.
Did you have any questions, Supervisor Campbell?
I just one question. Is this, so we have kind of the response from the county and then we have this report from Mr. Schmidt. I just want to make sure, are those in agreement and consistent, or are we submitting both? just so that we have like a unified response to the things that we disagree with from the state's perspective. That's the only kind of question or concern that I have, is that we are consistent in the issues that we have with the state model.
I do believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, with that, I'll take it to the, did you have another question?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to take it to the people here in public to see what kind of questions or comments, actually, that you have.
Thank you for this time. It's something I think we can all agree on, that we've got some real problems with the insurance companies, and they're not wanting to look granularly in terms of what our specific issues are. And living in Twain Harte, I took down at least 10 large trees on my property. I've got one left. But my neighbors who have houses there, one lives in Oakdale for their main house, the other one's Salida. And the one guy actually rebuilds fire engines for a living down in I don't know, Salida or someplace. But he actually said to me, he said, well, you know, I just leave the things the way they are here. It's just a risk you got to take living here. So no, well, I'm not doing any vegetation management. I'm not taking down any trees. But what he did do is he left a tree up, and during that last storm that we did have, it came crashing through his neighbor's house and missed a guy by about that far from killing him outright, and cut the house in half. We've got two houses on Shady Brook where winter storms did them in. And when I look at the forest, I think in terms of what in Oregon they call cruising the forest, and you look at the quality of the tree. Should this one come out? Should this one not come out? Should this stay there? And that's in some ways what we need to do, because we not only have the fire problems during the summer or fall, but we also have winter problems like this storm that we just had. And I think what you brought up in terms of there's only been one of these mono fires in the last while, that's true. At the same time, we've had a couple of tornadoes come through, one this year in Jamestown, I think, and then we had one 2-3 years ago. And for us in Twain Harte, and for me personally, I really need your help, because I implore you to look at the details on this. So I just have, I gave you one pass out. This is from the Forest Service, basically talking about how we need to go ahead and not clog up our egress. And on the map I gave you here, on the second page, is where my house lands. And it's in the red area. There's just no doubt about it. And it's a hideous thing to have to deal with, especially when you can't get neighbors to go in with you on Firewise. If you look real carefully on those two maps, you'll see, incidentally, where Pinewood comes, and then you'll see the easement that you guys vacated. I would implore you and beg you to go back and look at that and see where that easement is and how it was aimed right at a causeway going across between the two lakes that we have there. Because when that causeway was formed, a cut was used to make that causeway. I'm done with my 3 minutes. Really like to talk to you some more about this sometime.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment on this particular agenda item? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for final comments. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Sure. As Dory indicated, we did discuss this with the Fire Safety Advisory Committee. Due to circumstances and timeliness of meetings, we essentially heard from them that, they were okay with staff moving forward, developing the letter. Personally, I traded a number of emails with Mr. Schmidt and gave my own perspective just based on my career with CAL FIRE and looking at the wind events in Tuolumne County. And over 40 years, there was extremely few, that ever occurred during the fire season period. Right. Definitely did have events, during the winter. That said, and I heard, Supervisor Kirk talking about the other aspects, the fuel breaks, the Cerro Project, and other ones going on all throughout the county. Those are valuable. but literally when a fire's making a run, it can throw embers over those breaks. And so I think the more important thing that we're looking at here is trying to, convince the state, the Board of Forestry, CAL FIRE, to understand, that maybe they're not looking at localized, situations here. And those other efforts are great, right? Don't get me wrong, but they're not going to be the emphasis on changing the fire severity hazard zones. I don't think that, I would love for them to do so, and I think we need to keep working on that in the insurance areas. But anyways, that's just, my thoughts on it overall. I think the letter as it is now is a good point, but we need to keep progressing and take other efforts and other correspondence.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell, do you have a comment?
Just briefly, there are a spectrum of times where these issues will come up, and this is just one of them. So I don't want people to come away with the idea that this is the last time we'll have an opportunity to fight for our county and how these lines are drawn. But that being said, we do have to clearly make a statement about the inconsistencies with what we know to be true on the ground with what the state is coming across, and that can help us as we continually are consistently making this argument down the line. I think it does have an impact. It may not immediately have an impact with this one action, but I think cumulatively they are paying attention. I know that I've been responded to and communicated with people at CAL FIRE on a state level, and they are aware of Tuolumne County and some of the issues that we're facing. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll listen to us all the time, which is just unfortunate, but I do think there is that pressure is moving forward in the right direction. So.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, I go back to the simplicity of we're removing the hazards. So if that was included, if that could be included with what we're doing, the MSA, the Cerro project, all these things that we're doing, it ties right into, like Supervisor Goldberg said, we don't have those wind events during fire season. So it's part of the puzzle. But I'm not going to hold this whole thing up over that. I mean, it went through the fire committee. I assume they had that same conversation. I'm just, from my perspective, and it sounds like the state is having that ongoing conversation about revisiting the hazard thing. I don't know why they're going through so much effort and not taking into account, especially with the tens of millions of dollars the state's putting out there for forest projects. That's holding me up, but I'm not going to hold up this. I want to get this off. If we could include that, I would love it. So that would be my only pitch, is that we include a few sentences of some of the great work that we're doing and the tens of millions of dollars that we're putting into making this place safe. On top of, hey, we don't have mono winds during fire season. It's clearly documented.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. Borrow a phrase I hear sometimes. I don't think this is ready for prime time. I think this is something we should give a couple more hours and work through, and then bring this back later in the meeting as our last item. This is just within phrasing, but I notice a lot of duplicate statements, some typos. I feel like it says, it's hard to understand, not because it's complicated, but because it's not kind of flowing. Because what we're really getting across, this only says a few things really to what we're talking about, and it takes kind of 2 pages. I also wanted to suggest that we increase the framing or change the framing on it. Part of it is all, and I would agree, here's all the positive things coming in and mentioning those projects specifically. Also mentioning not just this will have impacts on our goals, policies, and implementation programs, but it is literally impossible for us to consider doing growth, economic growth, housing growth, infrastructure growth, where we see all the medium fire risk areas that all these grants are eligible for, infill infrastructure as an example. I don't believe that applies to high fire risk. High fire risk gets a cutoff for many of these things. So that's a concern. And also, while, high to very high and switching around the high to very high, it's less impactful. Losing 12.8% of medium fire risk, going down to just 1.2% of our county at medium, that's really severe. And I don't think we've really emphasized just how devastating this is. I saw one that said it's our survival, but I think that's got to be built on with specifics. We have economic development projects coming into what looks like very high fire zone areas, and just continue to keep poking holes in some of this stuff. I also want to potentially, everything that we have planned, all the impacts, what's the dollar value on having to do new environmental impact reports, redoing elements of the general plan? There's a major cost to having to reverse course on some of this. Also with insurance, I would hope that they're fairly familiar with the issue, but they may not. We don't cite, for example, what have been the relative increases in the FAIR plan. We say how many people are on it, but how much money are they spending? How much has that gone over 10 years? How many people can't get insurance at all? I think we can hit a lot harder on fire insurance. So I have two kind of closing things with it. I do really appreciate the research that Jim Schmidt had put together. But before signing on board, it has 71 mentions of density in there related to housing. It is also making a very strong argument to not build any type of dense or suburban housing really within counties. It does specify that we don't really face the high wind events that make that. But as it mentions in there, in like one, without really providing examples, it's kind of a mixed science. I would hate for us to send something in that is effectively saying we're arguing against our own potential. I don't want them to pull this up when we apply for a grant and say, but look, you even said that building houses is going to put more people at risk. The last bit I would say is when we send this in, because I am supportive of the concept, I think we need to have a statement. I would take the time that we can work on this. I'm happy to go just wordsmith, cut some, whatever, for lunch. I think we should sue. And I know that's fun. I just love getting to throw that thing out. But the fact is this will have huge harmful financial impacts on our county. It makes planning impossible. It seems arbitrary in some ways, especially the hazard risk model. And I think that's the level of seriousness we need to be approaching this to RCRC and our legislative reps, is that we need to consider that we are, withstanding being damaged, and that they need to remedy this either by fixing it or paying us a lot of money. So,
All right.
I know we're not talking about litigation, but.
And I'd like to make some comments, and then we'll have staff give us their thoughts before we make a vote. But it's interesting, it's hard to connect the dots because we can't equate hazards with risk. They're kind of bifurcating the two, and never the twain shall meet. And that's unfortunate. This letter is going to the state fire marshal for the purpose of the high fires severity zones, basically. And we need to keep that in mind. As Supervisor Campbell said, there are other matters that probably would be better placed for another fight, as he put it. But I do believe that we should, and you'll see at the end of the letter, it doesn't say which attachments yet, but it shows that there will be attachments to this, and it will be the defensible space study, along with, I'm suggesting, this map that shows where the high winds are in Tuolumne County, and there's not very many, to this letter that will go to RCRC. I didn't put CSAC, but it could also go to CSAC and our local state assembly person and state senator. So I am suggesting that all of these things go together as one package to the state fire marshal. And Dory, you had some comments that you wanted to make.
Sure. I understand the frustration that board members have between the hazard and risk. Remember, again, that this Office of State Fire Marshal is currently right now developing the risk modeling. And I am the appointed staff member for Tuolumne County that sits on that with several other rural county representatives, as well as fire departments, insurance individuals who are kind of creating that guidebook and that modeling, and we've been working on it for the last 8 months, and it should be coming out, I think, before the end of June. So there is our concerns are being brought up about the work that we are doing to lower the risk in communities and how that should be something that is considered when they are identifying the risk of communities. To Supervisor Kirk, I think adding a couple of sentences is easy to do. I'm more than happy at the direction of the board to add those in and come back at the end of the day. I'm here as well as everyone else is, so as your staff member, I can do that. To Supervisor Brandon, we did include, paragraphs in there related to the impact to general plan, because I think you are right. We obviously have worked on this before when it comes to Board of Forestry fire safe regulations. It will impact our rural communities who want to continue to development, but are being identified as a high risk or of very high fire severity. And so from others' perception, it may be that is an intentional, direction to limit growth in some of those communities, in some of those areas. But I think the work that we are doing, the work that we hope to be doing in the future with home hardening, fuels reduction, all of the work that we're doing to make wildfire resilient community definitely should be a part of what others are seeing or perceived as our risk or hazards within Tuolumne County. So I'm happy to take that direction from the board.
So I guess I want to find out from the board if we should move on staff recommendation, which is to add a few sentences to what we are doing here to mitigate our risk and to lower our hazard. And whether we should have Dory come back with that. What's the will of the board?
So I would be in favor of that as long as it's kept brief and doesn't involve, when I read through this, there's multiple references to the economy, to development potential, and these other issues are included in this letter. So it's not that, that isn't being addressed.
Okay, I'm trying to do a quick down and dirty, so you're for that?
I'm good
Supervisor Campbell.
So, I'm comfortable with the letter as it is with these changes. If it was the will of the board to kind of go through this again, I would put forward the idea that maybe the chair and Supervisor Goldenberg as the chair of the Fire Safety Committee could wordsmith it a little and incorporate some of the suggestions of Supervisor Brandon and Kirk with Dory. So that's the alternative to we just put this in right now and put it to bed.
Okay, Supervisor Kirk, what's your will?
I like everything Supervisor Brandon was saying, but I'm hearing that parts of that are kind of scattered throughout here. My main point was I just want them to know all the great work we're doing. So if we can do a paragraph of look at all these things that we're doing, all the money, and you state aren't accounting for dilly squat.
We'll make sure to put that in the letter, the diddly squat part. Supervisor Brandon.
And thank you. I think we should table it to the end of the meeting and then see some of these edits come back to reduce it a bit. I think the sections are listed, but adding specifics is what I was meaning to reference there. So I think give it a crack. It'll come back either changed a little bit or improved. Certainly it's not going to be worse for the wearer.
And I think my vote would be to add the few lines that make it, drive it home, all the things that we're doing. So I think that's the direction you've gotten from the board. I don't think, Sarah, do we need to make a motion on that yet? Because we're going to move on it after she comes back. So, so that seems to be the will of the board, just to add it, a few lines to let them know, maybe a paragraph to let them know what we're doing here. Thank you so much. We'll see you again later today. And with that, I think it's time for lunch. So we'll adjourn for now and come back at 1:30. We've got the 1:30 appointment with the TUD applicants and their interviews. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, to our Board of Supervisors meeting. And the next item up is our what used to be 11:30 appointment that got moved to 1:30. And Tanya, would you please read that agenda item?
Thank you. 1:30, adopting Resolution 30-23 to fill one vacancy on the Board of Directors of Tuolumne Utility District by appointment.
Thank you. And I understand our elections officer, Debbie Bautista, is going to give us a presentation or direction.
I am going to give you some options. So presently, there is a single vacancy on the Board of Directors of Tuolumne Utility District with the resignation of Lisa Murphy that went into effect on January 10th. And then there's code sections, I'm not going to read this whole thing. There's code sections that Tuolumne Utility District could have appointed a person to replace her. However, they had two candidates and the board was split 2-2, 2-2. So therefore, they did not appoint a replacement. And then under Government Code Section 1780, it comes to us, or comes to you all as the Board of Supervisors. And the board actually has three options. The board could appoint one of the two candidates that applied to TUD, and they're here today if you have any questions for them. And I also believe there are members from the TUD Board of Directors that if you have any questions for them, they will be glad to answer them. And that is staff's recommendation is you appoint, and I will go through the rest of them and tell you why. You can call for an election. Please do not call for an election. Under the government code section, the newest time that we could have the election would be November of 23. So this election, TUD would be 4 people all the way through till November, and then the person who won in November would only be in that position for less than 12 months. And it would be very costly to TUD. It would cost TUD somewhere between $40,000 and $55,000 because this is an at-large. It's not just one of the districts for us to do that election. The other option you can do is do nothing, and then it would go back to TUD, and TUD would have to decide whether or not they want to call for election. Again, it would be very costly, or they try to stumble through with just 4 members. Remember, there's a logical reason why board members are odd, so that you don't have a whole lot of 2-2s, and therefore nothing happens.
What do you mean board members are odd?
I was going to say, I'll try not to take that personally.
The number of board members are odd.
Thank you.
So what we're asking you and what we're recommending for you to do is to interview the 2 candidates and decide or hopefully appoint one of the 2 candidates. And again, like I said, both candidates are here, and there are members of the Board of Directors of TUD if they want to make a comment also. So I think the way we have this set up is I gave the presentation, and then we could have the candidates come up and introduce themselves. Should we flip a coin to see who goes first? Or do we care?
Well, I would, at this point, I would ask that the 2 candidates come and sit up in the front row on either side of the aisle so that you're really close to the microphone, so it doesn't take so long when you're asked questions to come back up if necessary. Thank you.
Okay, I did eeny, meeny, miny, mo on the 2 oaths of office. So whoever, if somebody is appointed, please come visit me after the board meeting so I could swear you in, because TUD would like you to be able to go to their meeting on Thursday. So I did eeny, meeny, miny, mo, how my mom taught me how to do it. And Glenn, you are number 1, and Troy, you're number 2.
All right, so Glenn, if you would please come up and introduce yourself. Give us a little bit about your background. Thank you. And speak right into that microphone so the people in TV land hear you also.
Right. So what are we looking at time frame wise?
I don't think we have a time limit on this.
Okay, all right. So a very brief historical or a personal background. I came to the county in 1979. Graduated from Stanford in 1976, worked in the Bay Area for a few years, received a double degree in communication, focusing on mass communication, and then engineering, focusing on systems analysis, systems engineering. Worked in the Bay Area for 3 years, came up here to start a sheet metal business, HVAC and sheet metal. And then after 3 years of that, I decided to focus on the engineering end of things. And that's what I've done most of my professional life. So that's a little bit about my background. I have 3 kids. They're all adults. They're raising their own kids. I have 7 grandchildren. So I met my wife in this county, raised my children in this county. They all live and work here. I have a vested interest. I am deeply rooted here. My family's deeply rooted here. I'd like to keep them here. And so the reason I'm in front of you today is I want this place to be a better place to live for us and for our children, a better place to work and live. And there are a lot of variables, and I realize that the TUD aspect, there was a need, and I saw the need. I saw my background in both communication and technical background that I felt I could make a contribution. Before I made the decision, I actually contacted each one of the TUD board members and asked them what the responsibilities were. I feel very comfortable. I can work closely with each board member. I feel I have a rapport with each one and can provide what's needed at this juncture. So that's a little bit of my background. So I have some prepared remarks. If I could launch into those or wait, your preference.
Let's do introductions first.
Sure.
So I'd like to give Troy a opportunity to do the same thing you did. So Troy, if you'll please come up.
Hello, very happy to be here. My name is Troy Carl. I grew up here in Tuolumne County. My parents were both educators here in town, and I grew up in Twainhart, enjoying the outdoors. I spent every extra moment exploring the woods on foot, on my bike, enjoying that. That's where I first came across the water system that TUD deals with today, and it was a big part of my childhood. I loved being outside. Went off to school, graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in English from a college over in Napa Valley. Ended up in Seattle, and my wife and I decided that we really wanted to move back to Tuolumne County. We love it here. We were very excited to come back, and we're happy to be here. When we moved here, my wife was a speech therapist. She started working for the county schools, and I opened a coffee shop. I think many of you have been there. It was Union Hill Coffee, located across the street. That was a wonderful experience. I hadn't done anything quite like that before, opening that, but I learned a ton opening the shop, working through the health department from the county, the building department, and loved that process. I didn't realize what a community we would end up building there, and that's really come to forefront in the last month as I've been pursuing this position. Through that shop, I was able to meet and develop relationships with people throughout this entire county in a variety of entities from the county, from other water utility districts, from other major players at the Forest Service. And I'm realizing as I've been through this last couple of weeks, what a resource that is. Last summer, I sold the coffee shop. My partners and I sold the coffee shop. My wife and I have a 3-year-old. His name is Winston, and I take care of him primarily. 4 days a week, I have him, and what that means now is me sharing with him the wonders of the county. We spend as much time outside as we can. We've been skiing this year. We've been out in the truck goofing around. My son particularly enjoys running the winch on our truck, which seems like a good idea most of the time. And fast forward to January of this last year, I saw the announcement that there was a vacated position at TUD, and I thought this is a chance to give back. This is a chance to give back to the community that sort of made me, and I want to be a part.
Thank you. So now we're at the point where I'm going to ask the board to ask your questions of both applicants and make sure that your question is posed so they can both answer the question. Okay, same question for both parties, and I want to know who wants to start first with a question. Don't be shy, board. Come on. All right. Go ahead, Supervisor Goldenberg.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. You know, both for your interest in applying for this position. It is extremely important for the county. You know, the Tuolumne, the Utilities District is doing a lot of things. There's other areas that are upcoming. I have met with both of you, right? You both reached out to me, and so we had conversations. So I just want to, you know, put that out front. So I really don't have any additional questions. I enjoyed conversations, and you know, have thoughts, but I, you know, very much want to hear what my other, you know, board members would like to see. Thanks.
Okay, Supervisor Kirk.
I heard we're supposed to ask questions, so for both of you. And I wasn't really prepared for this, but hey, it's fine. Johnny on the spot. I would say, how has your background prepared you specifically for TUD? And my understanding of a lot of the TUD issues is a lot of infrastructure issues that are there and that are going to need to be dealt with into the future. So how has your background prepared you to deal with some of these infrastructure issues moving forward?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix it up. Since Glenn went first on the first round of introductions, I'm going to ask Troy to come forward and go first this time and help me keep track, you guys.
I don't have a specific water infrastructure background. What I do have is a good understanding of the county and sort of the pieces at play here. Whether that's backpacking up in the immigrant and seeing sort of where this water is literally 40 feet of snow right now, to the infrastructure along the way. I came across issues opening my coffee shop. There was one in particular, a building here downtown, and as part of my due diligence, trying to figure out the planning for the shop, I knew I needed to do a bunch of work with floor sinks. I don't want to bore people here, but called TUD and I said, hey, where's the sewer line for this building? And they had no idea. It was a system that they had inherited, and it was such a jumble downtown that they didn't have a clue. So I have a good understanding of it, and what I also have is a desire to get to the bottom of issues and to listen to experts. TUD has a lot of great staff. Any interaction I've had with them has been very positive at multiple levels throughout the organization. And, you know, I would lean heavily on both the staff and the deep experience of the existing board members.
Thank you. Glenn, if you'll come up, and Supervisor Kirk, can you restate your question again?
Yeah, basically, my understanding there's lots of infrastructure issues into the future with TUD that are going to have to be dealt with. How has your background prepared you to potentially deal with those?
Actually, I have quite a bit of background. I started when I was very young. My family owned some very old rental property and 3 or 4 buildings. We were kind of very low income housing. We were kind of slumlords, only we lived in one of the apartments. So I was constantly, from the time I was old enough to pick up a hammer, involved in renovating and decorating, redecorating, and shoveling stuff out of apartments. And so my roots go very deep in that regard. Probably one of the most notable examples I could give, I was one of 3 engineers with a team of 50 architects and project managers at the UC Davis Medical Center. And as part of that staff, we oversaw the construction, renovation, infrastructure development for over $300 million in construction effort over a decade. And so I was an integral part of that. And I realized my role as a board member is not to micromanage. It's to stay in my lane, not to get into the weeds, but having that experience of seeing a 93-acre facility that was started in the turn of the century, and every turn you would find unexpected surprises, construction delays and issues of, so I've dealt with contractors, I've dealt with consulting engineers, I've dealt with project managers, construction inspectors, the whole gamut of infrastructure development. So again, there's lots of examples, but that $300 million effort is probably the most notable. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for another board member question. You have one? No. Okay, Supervisor Campbell.
So I guess I would be addressing Glenn first, right?
What's that?
So who's up next in the lineup?
Glenn would be next.
Glenn would be next, okay. So, thank you very much for applying, and I really appreciate your answers and us, we've had a few conversations up to this point. So I just was kind of going through in my mind of the main issues that we think of that TUD deals with on a regular basis, and one of the ones that I'm particularly concerned about is, and this is a sort of a two-part question, so apologies, but what are your thoughts on, one, piping where it relates to the ditch system that runs through both public and private right-of-ways? And two, what are your thoughts on piping the flume system out of Lyons, which is a critical piece of our water infrastructure that is, for obvious reasons, very vulnerable?
Yeah, it's an area that warrants a lot of consideration. I don't have a position. I have personal experience. I was trying to reflect over the 40-plus years I've lived in the county. I've probably walked hundreds of miles, literally, of PG&E ditches, and that the flume that you're talking about. Living in Miwok, it's going down the hill. I've actually probably not should have walked on the flume itself, but when you're in ignorance, I probably anyway, probably shouldn't admit that, but I'm intimately familiar with that area. My grandkids are. It has a host of benefits other than just conveying water. Conveying water is a primary purpose. That needs to be first and foremost for TUD. However, the cultural and the historical and the recreational benefits are extremely important too. And it takes a lot of dynamics to weigh that. It's not just a TUD board decision. I feel it's your decision as well as a county board of supervisors. There's so many parties that have interested, have an interest, and we need to collect. We need to hear everybody. We don't need to exclude any. No one should be excluded. Everybody's opinion should be weighed and vetted in a public venue, complete transparency, and a decision for specifics. And I'm not a black and white kind of guy. It's not. I don't see it as as a either or, but more as a both and. There's a way to balance public interest, our cultural heritage, our historical heritage, recreational value, along with practical things. So that's my take.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Troy. And Supervisor Campbell, would you please restate the question?
Sure. Troy, what are your thoughts on piping as it relates to the county ditch system where it intersects with public and private property? And this kind of a secondary question, what are your thoughts on the flume leading from our main water source, Lyons Lake, that leads into the ditch system?
Yeah, I know that area well. I grew up less than a mile from the ditch. We ended up buying a house also less than a mile from the ditch there in Twainhart. As far as the flume up the hill out of Lyons, I'm thrilled to see the recent forestry work done along that corridor, both for protection for the 108 corridor, but specifically for the infrastructure there. and it is tenuous. Those flumes are beautiful and historic, but we all know they could easily burn. I think anything we can do to either get ahead of that or have plans ready to repair that as quickly as possible, I think helps the entire community. As far as farther down the hill where there is more impact by recreational users and sort of more private property, I'm really torn. I get the concept of piping it gives us more water at the end of the day, but it is such a resource. And I think TUD does have a place in the community outside of just providing water and dealing with sewer. And I think this is one of those places that needs some emphasis. The sort of the concept of managed use comes to mind. I've spoken with some of the private landowners along sections of the ditch and said, what's going on? I've been using this since I was a kid. What are some of your challenges? And they've told me of loose dogs jumping over a fence and chewing on their dogs and sabotage and whatever. But if this is something that we as a community can get together on, it is such a wonderful resource. So I am not ready to say let's pipe the entire thing, because I recognize both recreational, fire, sort of wildlife interface. It's and then sort of lastly the historical piece of it. It's so nice that we have such access to this infrastructure of our water. I think of some of the communities down in the valley or in other states where water is a pipe and you turn a faucet on and that's it. But we can visit those headwaters. We can follow the path of that water as it makes its way to our homes. And I think that's a value.
Thank you. You might as well stay up here because you're next as far as first. And I think Supervisor Brandon has a question for you.
Sure, thank you.
I always got a question. So specific to TUD and infrastructure, it's probably no surprise, and I've had the opportunity to meet and talk to both of you. What is your philosophy as it relates to TUD and infrastructure on housing and economic development growth, and specifically working with the county, if you'd say supporting it, how to do that?
Thanks for the question, Jaren. I did enjoy talking with you on this issue in particular. I think TUD has the mandate to provide water to the county, to the residents of the county, to the ratepayers. I've seen them move quickly to build out infrastructure to support specific projects. I haven't been associated with TUD close enough to speak to the particulars, but as far as general terms, if a project makes sense and TUD is able to do their part, I support that. I do think, just as when I've looked at a piece of property to potentially build a house on, part of my plan is due diligence and trying to figure out what it's going to take to do that. And we've looked at several, and in consultation with TUD and their department, we walked away because it wasn't feasible for us to put the water connection into their system. And I think, that should apply to sort of bigger projects. I think it should be a collaborative effort and not the responsibility of just the agency to make those things happen. But as far as one piece of the puzzle, I think TUD has a demonstrated history of doing that, and I have no qualms with that. That's the mandate, to provide services to the county.
Thank you. Glenn, if you'll come up, and Supervisor Brandon, would you restate that same question?
It's going to be exactly the same.
Okay.
As it relates to TUD and infrastructure, what is your philosophy on housing and economic development growth? And if it's, yes, we need more of that, what specifically would be the role of TUD?
So my philosophy is if you don't grow, you're dying. So we need to facilitate workforce housing. So I'm very fortunate that my kids all have work and live and have businesses, and I have my grandkids close by. I'm very blessed in that regard, and I realize that is not a common situation. So it is absolutely critical that we, speaking as a potential TED board member, that we do everything we can to facilitate workforce housing for the continued growth of the county. Now, how we accomplish that is it's not a 30-second response. How we accomplish that, it requires some deep thinking, and it requires collaboration of not only of what TUD is doing, but what the county, what this board is doing, particularly through the Tuolumne County Water Agency. As you know, I've met with two representatives from the Jamestown Sanitary District. I toured the Jamestown sanitary facilities. So it is it's a real issue. They have a lot of heartburn of how they're going to accommodate the current requirements or the proposed new requirements for water treatment. So we need to, so being in dialogue with Jamestown Sanitary District, being in dialogue with the County Water Agency, being in dialogue with the other county agencies and the regional agencies, we need to, so it's a complex question. It deserves a studied response, and I think it's important that we look, you know, we're not just looking at a 5-year plan, but a 10, 20, 30, 50-year plan. And we need to make sure that whatever we're doing in the present fits into the big picture. So it's just kind of part of my DNA and my background. I've always, in looking at systems analysis, you know that every part of the system touches everything else. And even the smallest variable can have unintended consequences far beyond the case at hand. So, but the bottom line is we need workforce housing. It's critical. And as a TUD board member, I need to do everything possible to facilitate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. You might as well stay up because you're going to be first on this next round, and I'll go ahead since all of the board members have asked one question. I do have two, but I'll save my other one for later.
Okay.
And this one is on communications. So communications is what I feel a very important aspect of what a TUD board member does. Tell us what you bring to the table as far as communication skills.
Okay. I have formal training communication. When I went to Stanford, I did a 5-year program. I got a dual degree program in engineering and communication. And my focus in communication was mostly mass communication. Took classes in magazine writing and newspaper editing, film and broadcasting. I produced, directed a number of short films. So I'm familiar with the process. So that's my formal training. In my professional background, I've been involved in a lot of marketing, sales and marketing endeavors, including manning booths at trade shows and developing websites. And I also have experience, not something we put on a resume, but I worked as a clerk at a hardware store. So I've had experience in public interaction on a one-on-one personal level. It's kind of funny, and when I was really young, people laugh at this, but when I was like 5 years old, my parents opened a confectionery or kind of like a AM PM kind of thing. And so at the tender age of 5, 6, 7, and 8, I learned how to use a cash register. I was stocking shelves. I was dealing with customer things. So it's just part of my makeup. So yes, communication is vital. You know, no matter how wise decisions we make as a board, if we can't effectively communicate those wise decisions to the ratepayers and to the community, then it's all for naught. So we want to make sure that we're inclusive. We want to make sure that we're effective, and a lot of it's just, trust, building trust. We need to have trust before we can build relationships, before we can accomplish things. So communication is a vital part of that. And I've been doing it my entire life.
Thank you. Troy, same question. Communications is an important aspect of your job as a TUD board member. Tell us what you bring to the table as far as communication skills.
Yeah, I think one of the concrete examples of my past is opening the coffee shop that I opened. I evaluated the market and realized there were a lot of coffee shops in the county and got some pushback from people I knew and strangers. Oh, why are you doing that? But I chose to open a coffee shop that was single focused on quality coffee. And that was a challenge in this town. It was a model based on some cafes that I'd visited in large cities, both here in the States and around the globe. And I had a story to tell. This is a different business, and here's why. And I was able to successfully convey that message to the people that came into our shop and grew to love it. Communication is very important. I've had other concrete experience on a school board here in town, working through issues, making sure that people were sort of operating on the correct information as we work to build consensus. And I think something that I really look forward to working with the community at TUD is communicating that story of TUD. I mean, it's out there, but I really look forward to pushing that history and sense of place that we're so lucky to be here operating with this system. On a personal level, I acknowledge the deep amount of experience and skills that the current board members at TUD have, and I look forward to working with them. I'm not afraid of conflict, and I enjoy working through conflict to find resolution and consensus. And I'm ready to go. And the last thing I would mention is people in my close personal friend circle are constantly getting phone calls from me when I get excited about something. I've gotten more people into disc golf than I can name today, which is a very nerdy sport. But I right now I'm excited about TUD, and I want to do what I can to further their mission.
All right, thank you. And you might as well stay up here, yeah? So I'm going to go for round two if there are second questions from the board members, and then we'll finalize this process. So Supervisor Brandon.
Sure. This was touched on a little bit earlier. And it's going to be weird. I know it's a disadvantage to speak first on it too. So I'm going to ask to target one thing about it, and then if you can target the second, a different thing, because you get some time to think about it. The question is, how would you work with a smaller satellite district to assist them? I know both of you have been in touch and been able to contact with Jamestown Sanitary. So using that as an example, how would you work with them on an issue?
Any generic issue?
Just a issue they're facing.
Sure. As I mentioned earlier, going through this process, it's been very accelerated with this timeline of learning as much as I can about TUD and the community partners. Through that, I realized that a bunch of resources I didn't know I had, which was friends, former coworkers, acquaintances who are working actively with other water districts in the county. And I was thrilled to find that out. And I learned a ton. I learned a ton talking to these people. And I believe that TUD has a unique role as sort of the biggest player in the county, well, sort of connected to water, but the general success of any of these other districts is beneficial to TUD as well. So any sort of collaboration, things that we can do to help each other out, I think are great. At the recent board meeting in TUD, one of the things they mentioned was that during the storms we had up the hill, well, down the hill as well, but the piles of snow up the hill, that TUD had looked at asking for mutual aid from other districts in the county and outside of the county. And I was thrilled to know that that was in place and that that was an active option. And I would do whatever I could to support districts helping districts.
Thank you. Glenn? And can you repeat the question, please, Supervisor Brandon?
Absolutely. So as mentioned, that was one topic. Please just pick another with it for the example. But how would you work with a smaller satellite district using JSD as an example?
Sure, I think.
To solve an issue.
To solve an issue.
Yeah.
So I think a specific issue, so in talking with Judy Selby and Duke York, they both expressed concerns about issues with TUD. Nothing, I'm not going to presume to solve any problems, but some things that were thrown out in particular were the treatment level of the new Sonora plant compared to the treatment level in the Jamestown plant and their capacity to treat sewage to the level that would be suitable. So I don't, again, as a board member, I don't get into the weeds. I stay in my lane. We've got a great staff. TUD has a great staff, as I'm sure Jamestown does as well. I had a chance to meet Cody, who runs a plant there. So to me, the first order of business would be to see if we can arrange a joint meeting of the Jamestown Sanitary District and the Tuolumne Utility District to just hash out some of these things that are in front of them. So that's one example. I think I'm very excited that the county has the Tuolumne County Water Agency has been reactivated, and I know Twain Harte has issues that affect all of us. Groveland also. I'd like to point out that in other venues, I've actually done site surveys at both Groveland, Jamestown, and the TUD plant a number of years ago, and then most recently, a month or so ago, I toured a number of TUD facilities with General Manager Perkins. So a lot of these things I've seen firsthand, and I believe I have my technical background, although it's not, I'm not going to be solving problems specific, on the ground, but it gives me an appreciation for the challenges that they face. And again, the technical part is just sometimes a minuscule compared to the general public issues and political issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, and stay here. Supervisor Campbell, you had another question.
Thank you, Chair. And so as a ratepayer,
yes,
and I think most of us probably are ratepayers.
You too.
Yeah, there we go. One of the things that I think about is what are the bills going to look like every month?
Yep.
And so tied into that, and I don't know what the status of this is. I know that things have kind of gone back and forth related to the PG&E acquisitions of PG&E utilities in our area. TUD board, and here's my question. TUD board voted last year to raise rates to raise approximately $4.5 million. Did you support that increase? And if more money were required in the future to make these PG&E acquisitions a reality, would you support those increases?
I would support any effort to secure our long-term water reliability and availability and resiliency. So I would support doing whatever's necessary to secure, not only just have reliable water and safe water, but secure water. And that's important. And that's going to require a great deal of effective communication to the public. People don't like this, everybody's strapped. Most people are strapped financially. So we've got to be able to clearly communicate the benefit. If we can't, then we're not gonna be successful. So.
Thank you.
That's it. Thanks.
Troy, same question for you, and I'm going to have Supervisor Campbell restate it.
So with respect to the acquisition of PG&E assets in our area, last year the TUD board voted for a rate increase. And do you support that rate increase that was passed last year? And if more money were required in the future, would you support additional rate increases to make PG&E acquisitions a reality?
Yeah, the PG&E issue is very interesting. It's hard to make a guess at what that's going to cost from talking with people and reviewing meetings and notes. TUD doesn't know what that acquisition is going to cost. If it comes back that it's $500 million, I don't know if that's something that is good at the end of the day to bankrupt the district and whatever. Having said that, I think they have a lot of smart people working on the projections once those negotiations restart. And if it's something that can be absorbed by the ratepayers in the district to ensure our rights, our access to that water, I would support that. As far as a hypothetical based on a number that doesn't exist, it's hard to say, 100% yes, but it's definitely an issue to look at. I think rates are tricky. Nobody likes paying more. I believe that they're providing a good service level currently. I was heartened to see their trucks running around in the snow. Saw photos of people up to their waist shoveling snow out of the ditches, and that costs a lot of money to keep the water flowing. But in general, if it's something that is good for us, it's something I would support.
Thank you, and hang tight. Supervisor Goldenberg, you have another question.
So I appreciate my fellow board members. Your questions, drove me to think about a couple of things. I respect and I'm concerned about financial aspects, but I'd also like to just go back to Supervisor Campbell's first question regarding the ditch and piping. It is very well known in this county the recreational aspects of the ditch. I lived in Cedar Ridge for 13 years, enjoyed walking the ditch, biking it. Occasionally, sometimes trying to take a bike across the flume might have been a little dicey. But, I think that there's should be a balance here, and I'd like to hear the thoughts, because there's indications that piping would be good, maybe less evaporation or other issues, but the recreational aspects are very important to our members of our communities. So I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. My parents moved up here in the late 70s. My father grew up in Stockton and my mom grew up in LA. And they have photos of those first couple of years here before I was born of them snowshoeing along the ditch. And I grew up with that photo and have experienced snowshoeing along the ditch myself. I do think it's such a resource, and I think what it comes down to is probably a multi-partner plan to look at the option to try to make that a more publicly accessible trail in places. I think there are some places that lend themselves to that. While I recognize that some of the private landowners along there have had a lot of conflict, I would love to see if we could work something out to formalize that. And I think that's sort of the story of Tuolumne County, is we have these natural resources, and unless you grew up here or been here for years and know, some of these hidden gems are unapproachable, and it puts them in a very tenuous position. If we could get out in front of that and manage that, I think it would benefit everybody. One of the times that I got involved in a TUD project was in the past couple of years when they were working on the potential plan for the larger water treatment facility at the Sierra Pines Golf Course in Twain Harte. I attended the open house, asked some questions of the engineers and the people presenting, and I was heartened to see that property that TUD owns, the former golf course, that has existing trails that are used by the community, that recreation piece had made it into the environmental documents and that design process. And I was so excited about it. I packed my son up in our stroller and we knocked on 80 doors in the neighborhoods adjoining the property, trying to get support for that trail piece specifically. It seems like relative low-hanging fruit, and I've heard some pushback, oh, well, TUD isn't in the recreation business. Well, this is an existing resource that's already being used with a small amount of effort, leveraging volunteer groups in the Twain Harte area to maintain it, to patrol it. It could be a huge win for the community at large. I think the ditch is such a resource. There are certainly sections that are easier to try to get after as far as making it one of those managed recreation areas. And there's certain parts that don't make sense for a variety of reasons. So I think really the hybrid model is our best bet. If it makes sense in some areas to pipe it, so be it. If we can leave sections open and get ahead of it so that we're not responding to issues, then I think that's the way to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Glenn, you're next, and Supervisor Goldenberg, can you repeat the question, please?
So, back to, it's long been known, again, the recreational aspects of the ditch. Many people enjoy it for all the very reasons, but we do want to, look at efficiencies, and we do want to look at protection of the ditch. So your thoughts on weighing that balance?
Yeah. I don't know that I can really add to what I said before and what Troy just said. It's a balancing act. To reinforce something I said before, it's not an either or in my mind, but it's both and finding the balance is something that is not a unilateral decision. It's not a TUD only decision. It's our decision as the people in this room, you supervisors, as well as the other districts that we talked about, and homeowners associations, whatever we can do to incorporate, kind of spread the net as wide as possible to get as many people's input as possible, and come to a reasonable balance.
Okay. Ultimately, it is TUD's purview on what happens with that, but looking for, them to gather the public input.
Yeah,
so.
TUD should actually, definitely be the spearhead for this effort. Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely, and I would support that.
Thank you.
All right, so hang tight there, and Supervisor Kirk, you've got a question?
Since we're all doing two, I'll brainstorm one and ask the other. So, I was just up here thinking, and this is going to put both you guys on the spot, so I don't expect an in-depth conversation, but maybe you can connect the dots the best you can. When we talk about TUD and water, we think pretty narrowly as far as hookups and providing water and whatnot. But as the water agency has been reactivated, there's a bigger conversation about watershed. What happens up the hill affects us and folks down the hill. So in a nutshell, I guess, can you maybe connect the dots as far as maybe what we're doing up in our forests and how it's going to play into TUD and partners down in the valley?
Yeah, I definitely don't have specifics, but just, again, as part of a systems approach to things, there are a lot of players. There's TUD, there's TID, there's MID, there's Stanislaus Irrigation District, the Tri-Dam folks, there's Maloney's, there's, Bureau of Land Management. There are the forestry departments. There's so many people that are affected. And again, recognizing every drop of water that comes from our watershed ends up, if we don't use it, it ends up in the valley and the Bay Area. So we need to make sure that everybody who has a stake, all the stakeholders are heard, and we again we look not at just the last catastrophes that we've had, not just that, although those are critical, but look 5, 10, 50 years ahead. Look at the big picture.
Thank you. Troy?
And then Troy, I'll try and repeat it because I'm doing it on the fly as well. But basically, the idea is, we think pretty narrowly when we think of water and TUD, but as our water agency gets reactivated and as we start planning ahead, there's what happens up in our forests has a trickle-down effect. TUD, locally, water, down the valley. Can you kind of connect those dots?
Yeah.
Your thoughts on that?
I think this county in particular is as far as water is concerned, is lucky that the Forest Service does manage the watersheds up the hill as well as they do. They actively seek to keep the funnels that feed our system as healthy as they can. The infrastructure down the hill, again, there's a handful of private landowners that sort of come in contact with that, and I know the county has a good relationship with the Forest Service and some of those big players that own some of that property up the hill. And I think any work that can be done to improve the watershed upstream benefits all of us. You see that in small examples and large. Up in Twainhart, we have some roads that are getting hammered right now. And my wife thought I was actually crazy the day when I left the house with a shovel and my bicycle to dig out a drain that was overflowing the road because it was blasted down the hill. So I think the health of the watershed is vital, and I'm thrilled to see it's that bigger outlook. You described it as narrow, and I don't think it should be. It should be as big as we need to ensure the safety and quality of the water.
All right, thank you. Come back. This is the last question.
Note here, sorry.
I get the last question. Okay, so Troy, what do you understand your responsibilities to be as a TUD board member? What are they?
I think for me personally, it's to try to make the best decision based on the best info that we can get. I think sometimes boards operate in a little bit of a vacuum and are sort of controlled as far as the data that's fed into the board. I think listening to the experts on staff at TUD is going to be critical. Leaning on the existing board members with their wealth of knowledge, I think, is going to be critical. And I think making sure that those decisions are made and not in a vacuum, not in this narrow focus, but in a community-wide setting, I think are important. The role really is to help guide the agency with those big picture ideas and then to communicate that to the ratepayers, to the community partners, and to the employees. I think it's a unique role, and it's one that I'm well suited for and excited to dig into.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Glenn? I'll restate. What do you understand your responsibilities to be as a TUD board member?
We need to be visionaries. We need to be able to look way beyond the current set of circumstances as pressing as you probably heard about the tyranny of the urgent. And we often can get trapped into that. But we need to be visionaries. We need to look at not just what's good for us now, but what's good for our children and all the generations that follow. And not just looking at strictly water issues, but looking at the cultural issues, looking at the historical issues, looking at the recreational issues. So we need to be visionaries. We need to develop a mission that reflects that. We need to develop strategies to do that and provide policies but not to do it, not to micromanage, to allow General Manager Perkins and his fantastic staff to do what they do.
All right, thank you. All right, now we're at a point where I'm going to ask for closing statements. So Troy, if you will come up and give your best shot at why you are the best person for the job.
To be as brief as possible, I love this place. I actively moved back here to be a part of the community, and I've benefited from it in so many ways, and I'd like to give back. I think the skills I've picked up in life through the various jobs and situations I've been in, as far as problem solving, communicating, conflict management, I think are well suited for this board and this board particular. I sort of accidentally built this community through that coffee shop that has been so wonderful. It's been the source of some of our closest friends and some of our best experiences. And it really didn't resonate with me until these last couple of weeks of working as hard as I could to figure out what are the issues, how do we solve them, how do we see this in a historical light, what does history teach us, that I realized what an asset this community that I've been able to develop would bring to TUD and furthering the mission of the board. And I'm just excited to get to work.
Thank you. And Glenn? Closing remarks. Why are you the best person for this position?
Because you can trust me. You can trust that I'm going to reach out and be open and build relationships. I don't think it's any secret that kindness and respect and consideration and collaboration and cooperation are qualities that we as board members need. And I believe I've demonstrated that throughout my professional life. And I am looking forward to building trust, building relationships, and through that trust and through those relationships, getting things accomplished. So building trust begins person to person. And I believe I've started developing that trust with working with each of you. If you can't trust my ability to build great relationships with their fellow TUD directors, then I don't deserve your vote today. Very frank. And I firmly believe I possess the proven team building skills that are absolutely required to be a director. I've got the communication skills. I've demonstrated I can build bridges, not only with my fellow directors, but importantly with each one of you supervisors as well. And we face many challenges as we forge our future together. And some of them are pretty vital. Our very lives are dependent on getting enough water to come out of the end of that fire hose when our spouses, our children, and our families and memories of a lifetime are in danger of getting burned up. The health and well-being of each individual citizen and the health and well-being of the Tuolumne County's entire county requires that we provide water and sewer services to critically needed new workforce housing. Securing our water rights from PG&E is not only crucial to our future, but to the future of the generations to come. And preserving our rich cultural history is vital. The history and history and culture and the recreation. If somebody from a profit-making standpoint acquires those rights, then those issues could be jeopardized. Now, just for a second, I'd like for us to imagine the celebration, the joy that's going to be resounding in this room and in the county when we acquire the PG&E water rights that we lost over a century ago. So together, we can accomplish great things. I believe that. So I'm pleading with you. I beg of you, please allow me to work with you to accomplish great things. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we have reached the time where we're going to invite public comment for people in this audience to come up and come to the podium and speak on behalf of your thoughts regarding this process, regarding the candidates. I can't believe nobody's going to get up. Welcome.
Thank you. Breaking through the log jam. So I'm here to support Glenn Jacobs for the candidacy of the TUD board. I just did a quick review of the primary duties of the board, and its strategic planning and current and future services, setting policy for operations, fiduciary oversight, setting rates and use fees, personnel functions related to the general manager, and establishing how board meetings are conducted. And I think in hearing his background and interests, and he actually hit almost all of those topics in his conclusion. And that TUD board members are here really to assess and represent the will of the public that this organization serves, and to apply their assessment of the will of the community to that critical organization, being TUD, and the water and septic and sewer services that it provides. So let's see. I think he's covered all the topics that I was going to cover as well in his support. So I would encourage you to consider his background, his life experiences, and his applicability to serve in this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Yeah, it was a little different experience. I kind of enjoyed it. Both candidates are heroes in my book. The effort to volunteer, dedicate the time to sit on boards, agencies, etc. Thank you so very much to all the members in the community who actually do that. I very much appreciate it. I also support Glenn. Reading in depth in his background and understanding where he's come from, what he's done, where he's been, I fully believe he could easily talk way above my head in most any of these topics that would involve that utility district. I didn't hear that at all coming from him today. He was communicating to us on a very direct, local level. I would really enjoy hearing him communicate with consultants that appear in front of him in future on boards on intricate, detailed matters. That would be very entertaining. I think they're both good people. I believe Glenn is the proper person for the job and is what we need on infrastructure in all the forms that we talk about these days, whether it's housing, infrastructure, economic vitality in the community, water and sewer. TUD is responsible for that. We need somebody there who can make those types of judgment calls, help lead policies so that the people in the kitchen can do the cooking. Having somebody on the policy board would be very, very rejuvenating. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's next? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I too would like to just thank both candidates for running. It's hard work trying to make decisions on behalf of your community. Just a few observations about Troy for those of you who may not know him. Grew up in this area, as you heard, but still wanted to get out and see the world, go to school, find his own way. Chose to return to this area, which is notable and important. He's educated, bright, creative, curious, capable, and easygoing. He's a self-starter, a do-it-yourselfer, and an independent thinker. He's witty, playful, and prone to look for the humor in life. He has a broad cross-section of friends, acquaintances, and collaborators that speak to his ability to find common ground and connection with others. I believe Troy is exactly the kind of person we need in public service for the following reasons. He's quick to listen, asks insightful questions, and seeks to fully understand those around him. He understands that the world's a complex place and that if there was an easy or straightforward solution, this course of action would already be implemented. He searches for the right answer, not for folks who will agree with the ideas he has. He is not wedded to specific dogmas or ideologies. He works well with others, is community-oriented and generous. He's plain-spoken, confident, well-researched, and resourceful. He's smart, humble, invested in seeing opportunity blossom for folks who live and visit Tuolumne County. Since I've known him, I've witnessed his opening of a business in the downtown area. He took a blank slate and through hard work and personal vision created a popular space for folks to gather in Sonora. He has invested in area trails, serving on committees, trail building crews, and in mapping efforts. He has sought to grow the presence and availability of disc golf, coached basketball, fixed bikes, built widgets, and in general, always has an interesting project in the works. He is family-oriented, honest, modest, and loyal. I'm convinced that empowering community members such as Troy to serve their community in a meaningful and important way is critical. He is young enough to relate to a broad audience and old enough to have learned important lessons in life. In conclusion, I realize I've said a lot of nice things about this young man, maybe too many nice things. I've left a lot for him to live up to, but the reality is I simply jotted down a few quick recollections of his characteristics I've seen on display in the time we've spent together. Thanks to you, Board of Supervisors, for the difficult decisions you make on behalf of this community on a daily basis.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for everything you do on behalf of our community.
Thank you. Who else would like to get up? Hello there.
Hello. Well, I find it interesting that TUD couldn't pick either one of these candidates. So now they're asking you to do this when they should have put on their big girl panties and their big boy briefs and actually made a decision themselves. So instead they rejected these two. So that sets up a dilemma for me. But it was kind of curious to me how ignorant some of you are about TUD and asking them questions that are not in their purview and not necessarily understanding the role of a board member. So I just would like to make a couple of corrections. I think we were talking about the main flume, if I understood correctly, which is not owned by TUD, it's owned by PG&E. But TUD does own some 70 miles of flumes, just not that one. And then there was a comment made that the ratepayers, that a rate increase was made last year. And that is not true. There was no rate increase done by TUD last year. They had talked about doing one, and then when the acquisition thing kind of fell apart, they abandoned that idea. So there has been no rate increase so far. And I just think you should, it's a lose-lose for you. And I think you should return this to TUD and let them act like grown-ups.
Thank you. Who's next? Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you to both candidates. They're wildly qualified, I think, for very different reasons. It'll be a hard decision for you. I was thinking of this idea of origins for some reason. We go back to origins of the species. But also in this case, we have county of origin. And if you look at the water that is stored in these Sierra Nevada mountains that flows down to the valley and feeds so many things and so many people depend on, it's interesting to look at what we don't control as county of origin. I'm kind of stunned by that. I'm here to speak on behalf of Troy and supporting him. I do know him through that coffee shop he started, and has been pointed out, the wide range of people that go through it and went through it and got to know each other. And I watched Troy work with a wide range of people that from every imaginable background, county supervisors in police, local citizens, and always had this insight to really look into what the mind of a person was actually thinking. And I've been here for quite a few years, and I really think what you need to consider, nothing against Glenn here, but youth is what we really need to look at. Now, I'm really the old guy here, so I have a lot to talk about youth. I just think Troy represents a new way of doing things. He's really, really grounded here. He knows the place thoroughly, and he will bring to it, I think, a wide range of conversations, dialogue, insights that won't come any other way. And even without the strong engineering background, I think what Troy understands is there's that great word called delegate. Look for the people who are very skilled at what you need to have happen, but then you communicate it. You interact with other people so they understand the depth, the clarity, and the importance of the decisions. Does that mean my time is up?
No, you've got another minute.
I thought I'd turn to a pumpkin here in a second.
Yeah.
Anyway, I really want to be here just to talk about Troy and say, as you consider, if it goes back to TUD, to those board members, think of the youth, think of the vigor, and think of the future. He represents the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to get up and speak? Come on up.
Thank you, guys. And yeah, I've really enjoyed listening to these candidates. I listened to them at the TUD boardroom as well. And I did find it interesting that the candidates were considered comparable candidates. I feel they are very different candidates and both incredible people. But I do feel that there is a reality that Glenn possesses in both communication and technical abilities that will be helpful for an immediate scenario that TUD is in regarding PG&E and regarding infrastructure challenges and regarding all of the resource strains that the utility district faces. And so I feel that there is a need to put into place people that are immediately ready to respond to some of the challenges that we have, not just people willing to catch up and start learning how this stuff works.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I also appreciate both candidates stepping up. As you guys all know, it's not easy to be in these elected positions because no matter what you do, somebody's not going to be happy with which decisions you make. So they're both good candidates. But I'd like to recommend to you that you select Glenn based on his background, extensive engineering qualifications, and the effort that he's put forward to better understand TUD's complex system and their water, wastewater treatment and delivery systems and the long and short-term issues facing TUD. TUD does have a very good group of engineers to provide alternatives and options to best utilize the historic open ditch system and improve the cobbled patchwork of water systems that, they're trying to use to deliver water to future businesses or current and future businesses and homeowners in our county. It's always a benefit when staff is explaining issues and options to someone who has the background to speak the language and make informed decisions. The TUD board will be dealing with many issues and engineering challenges over the remaining 2-year term of this appointed position, and not the least of which, as we've brought up, is the PG&E acquisition, which is a very complex and engineering-intensive acquisition. Selecting the most qualified candidate to fill the vacant board seat is very important. Based on background, experience, and due diligence, I believe Glenn Jacobs is that candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, welcome.
Hello, I recognize most of you. I think you recognize me. This is a very interesting process. By the way, I would add my thanks to both candidates for volunteering for this. It's a big deal, and standing up to do this is not something you do lightheartedly and frivolously. So I thank both of them for doing that. I read the entire packet on this thing and the qualifications. got to think about what you're doing here. By the way, you've got a tough job, so thank you for doing that too. Think about what you're doing here. What do you need? Okay, I hired a lot of people when I was a corporate executive, a lot of people. And sometimes I hired on potential because I thought these people really had the right stuff going forward, and I'd find a way to train them to make things happen. And that worked really good. But sometimes I had a situation where I needed somebody with solid feet on the ground to move forward and take charge now. I view TUD at a cut crossroads that's been there for a while. Got a lot of big things. Securing long-term water rights is a big deal. Taking over infrastructure, perhaps, and making it viable. No one would have put this TUD system together that we have today. It's an accumulation of little water systems here, and very frankly, it's inefficient and doesn't work. Systems engineering approach is really what you need. You need someone who understands how the system works and can think broadly and also think future, and has a proven track record of doing this stuff so that they can ask the right questions. Even having a good staff of engineers is important, but they need to be challenged every once in a while on what they're doing to make sure that you have the right solutions. So I look at it this way. You need somebody who can stand in and do the job. We all need someone who can stand and do the job at TUD. And Glenn clearly has a proven track record with a lot of experience and success in making things happen, both on the engineering side and on the communication side. I think of the two candidates, he's got to be the best choice. So I urge you to do that and select him. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else that wishes to come forward from the public? Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm the interior gardener at what used to be Union Hill Coffee. So I worked with Troy for 6+ years. He worked with my son as a bicycle repair person. And I think that the coffee shop is a microcosm of the whole water system. So water quality, filtration, gray water, all of these considerations were part of both Troy's learning experience and my experience. I worked at Hetch Hetchy for 30 years, and what I found as a gardener is that if you're surrounded with knowledgeable people, that you can understand more completely what is happening. I appreciate all of Glenn's experience. I know that it's extensive. The ideas of the youth and recreation and water usage. I do drip irrigation, for example, and I'm always fascinated with how landscaping, diet, nutrition, all of these buzzwords today, but I think that the coffee shop itself seemed to represent what was going on in Sonora Town, the problems that were faced, and that that Troy was able to resolve favorably. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come on up.
Madam Chair, esteemed board, it's good to see you. I think most of you know me, Mark Plummer, and I'm here just representing myself. But I think that, well, I'm not advocating for anybody, but more the vision of what person you feel will best help us develop and grow as a county. We have had difficulties in that area, and the right person will probably help us create more opportunity with economic development, workforce housing, and hopefully bring a vision. Both of these people seem to be very worthy candidates, and I have to admire anybody who, I think the word hero was appropriate when somebody volunteers for such a thankless job that's going to be difficult and very, very demanding, because TUD has some great challenges. But the person that you feel will both help us develop as a county and be best capable of acquiring PG&E assets should that come back to us as a county. To me, I have stated in public, I think that's one of the most important issues before the county, far more important than any of our other government boards. And this is an absolutely vital spot. So I have to trust your good judgment, and I actually do. And thank you for taking this up and giving me time to speak on it.
Thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any other movement in the audience, so I'm going to close public comment on this. And now I'm going to allow for maybe a minute or two from each of the board members for a final comment. Do you want to start, Supervisor Brandon?
Sure, happy to. And one recommendation, since I get to start this too, is when we do end up, if we're choosing to select between the two candidates, my recommendation would be we do a system where we're all voting for somebody, but not having to have a motion where we are voting against somebody. Because I think that's really what sums up my comments and a lot of the comments here. We have two, I think, different but very well-qualified candidates that I like. You both probably thought that I was a real jerk. I grilled both of you for about 2 hours of every question that I thought would be really, really difficult to answer. Both of you were very kind and took your time to go meet with my district, which is not your own, but is one that we talked about, would want to, have you understand their issues. It is a difficult job, and I appreciate you both applying for this. I think on the most important issues, PG&E water rights, and a lot of it, I heard a lot of very similar things, and that to me was very heartening. Where I'm going to base my decision is probably just a personal bias with it, but I do agree with the mayor, or just Mark today, just Mark. Economic development and housing, that to me has to be the, I think, primary goal when I'm thinking about infrastructure and partnering with the county. That is a kind of a priority there, and so that will be how I'm making that decision.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
All right. So first of all, I want to say thank you to the folks in the room who came up and spoke on behalf of the two candidates. Thank you guys for taking time out of your day. It does help to hear those comments. And yeah, it sucks to have to get up here publicly and go through each one of your resumes publicly and critique you publicly or ask questions. Unfortunately, that's the position that you stepped up to, and it just stinks that we got to do this publicly. So seriously, I want to thank you guys for stepping up for that. So I'm going to put my comments out there. I spoke with both of you guys yesterday, and both of you communicated very well. I did not look at the resumes until late last night and this morning, just because I didn't want to have any biases coming into the meeting today, and I wanted to wait for that interview. But I was sitting here thinking about this, and then I'll finish my comments. But I kind of envisioned I was around a campfire, and Glenn was there, and Troy was there, and we were talking about TUD issues. And if I wanted an opinion, I would ask Troy. But if I wanted more of a solution, I would ask Glenn, just because of his background, his experience. And I think, when I hear the board, Supervisor Brandon talk about economic housing issues, I hear visionary, I hear more solutions focus from Glenn. And when I hear about, and I'm not putting words in you guys' mouth, but Goldenberg and Supervisor Campbell, I hear a lot of concern about the ditch. And are we going to preserve it or pipe it? And something that Glenn did today that I didn't realize it, but I was taking notes, he said that there's a cultural, historical, and recreational aspect to the ditch. And I've never thought of it like that. I've always thought of it as There's one side of the house who says it's an ecosystem that we need to not disturb, and then another side of the house that says, well, no, it's economical. We need to pipe it to save money. But you brought up two things, cultural, historical, that I'd never put in perspective. So already you effectively communicated to me something I'd never thought about before. And I think the fact if I were to go out to coffee, I'd probably rather go out with him and his wife. They seem like very nice people we get along. Because most engineers are really bad at communicating. They're not social people because they're wired differently, sorry. But you are the exception because you're able to communicate. And I can appreciate that. And I think your background has proven that. So you changed my mind as far as the engineer side of you. And so I want to thank Troy. I want to thank his family for putting themselves out there. I think you would have a lot of support in the community for things. Just today, my vote goes to Glenn for some of those reasons. And so that's where I'm going to be at.
Okay, thanks for your 2 minutes.
Was it 2?
No. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And I just had a very selfish thought that, whoever isn't selected for TUD board, I'm going to go after you to serve on one of our many county committees. Because these truly are two well-qualified candidates that embody different qualities that I think are both applicable to this position. And I appreciate this process. I think it's been good. So kudos to you, Chair. And so, when it's time to pull the board or make a decision, I think we can do that. But I just wanted to really be grateful of the two of you for stepping up, because as many have said, it is a thankless job. And no, you will not be prepared and know everything you need to do as a TUD board member. But I believe both of you have the capacity to learn and grow into that role and put your own unique spin on it. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah. Yes, engineers do speak a different language. We had that conversation. And it is awkward, for the board to be making this decision. It got handed to us, but we need to step up and do our part. And I think it's important and move forward for TUD's sake. I look at the educational aspects, and willing to listen. I see that both candidates very personable. I enjoyed speaking with both of you quite a bit. And, I see that, Glenn's got a greater depth of experience, with his degree work. But I can also see that, and I've certainly done so when I've hired employees in the past, that they may not have everything right now, but they can step up and grow and get there. So it's whatever decision we make on a vote here, it's not going to be based one way or another there. I do like the thought of long-term planning, the communications education, that Glenn, has. But I really like the personal aspects, as well with Troy. So I guess we're going to take a vote here in a moment, and we'll leave it at that.
Okay, and my final comments are, Troy, I share your passion for trails and the great outdoors. And I appreciate your love for the county because I share that too. Along with the skills you picked up along the way as a private business owner. I think those are absolutely a benefit. Glenn, thank you for your breadth of understanding about our county, TUD, and your education and training in systems management and communications, and your understanding of what it takes to be an effective TUD board member. So with that, I am going to call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I wanted to recommend we do a raised hand vote again, so we're not in a position of having to vote against a candidate based on the motion, and we just call their name alphabetically.
I was going to suggest a similar thing that we just poll the board and then.
Why are we
can get a
doing this differently?
consensus.
I'm not getting this.
I hate voting against somebody when I really like both people. I'd
Well,
rather
I
vote
think
for
we
somebody
made-
than vote against them.
I do think we made it obvious that we appreciate both candidates. And, you know, we have to put on our big boy, big girl pants.
So that
And-
was my motion, was to do a
Okay.
hand vote based on candidates' names.
All right, do I hear a second?
Well, second.
Okay, so it was motion by Supervisor Brandon and seconded by Supervisor Campbell that we do a show of hands for what now?
Say read their names, might as well be alphabetical order, and we'd raise it for the candidate we want.
Supervisor Half, we can sort of do what's a polling of the board where you do what Supervisor Brandon has suggested, but when it comes time for an actual vote.
We still have
need
to
a
do
vote,
that.
right?
So-
Yeah, so why,
The reason I was thinking along the same lines is we did a similar thing when it came to the Planning Commission a while back, where we did the chair, which was me at the time, I polled where everybody was so that we were giving an indication to each other what the preference was, and then that way we could all make the final vote for the person that had the majority.
I see.
And we
Okay.
did the same for the district attorney selection as well.
I'll just beg to differ here. We're charged with making tough decisions. We do it all the time.
We've got a first and a second, so we've
Okay.
got a motion on the
ahead.
floor. So all those in favor of voting by hand?
Aye.
Say
I'll make a
aye.
motion if that helps.
Well, do you want to make a second motion?
Look,
I thought we had a motion and a second.
We
to
had a
just do the
motion and
vote.
a second, so I'm ready
All right,
to
so-
vote on it unless there's somebody making a secondary motion, which
let's
that
just
one would
make-
take precedence.
so we're gonna show of hands for?
First, we have to vote that that's what we want to do.
Sure.
So, I'm
That
gonna.
wasn't, my motion was just to do a vote, actually.
Oh, God.
So,
Okay.
I got my big boy briefs on.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
It would be something where it would be, if you as the chair wanted to do a poll for the board, we could do that. If you don't, then.
I really don't want to
We're
do
all
a
gonna have
poll.
to go out to
Then-
coffee.
I really don't want to. I think we
Then-
should
then
be
someone
adults
can make
here
a
and
motion.
just vote. And I think each of the candidates know how much we appreciate them and what it took to get to this place. And I think Supervisor Campbell's going to be offering them a whole slew of ideas of how to contribute their time and energy if they are not the person who gets the position. So I really would like to return to just voting.
So I'll rescind my motion. What motion would you prefer?
Thank you. Well, I'd like to hear whoever is a proponent of somebody to make
I
that
will make a
motion.
motion to appoint Glenn Jacobs to TD.
Okay, I'll second that. All those in favor, oh, do we need to have comments?
You don't need additional comments,
Okay.
but I just want to make it clear that you are also then approving the associated resolution. too.
And the associated
Thank
resolution.
you.
Thank you. So we had a motion by Supervisor Kirk and a second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, looks
you,
like that
Troy.
carried 5-0.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you. All right.
5 minutes?
Yeah, let's take a break. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll resume at 3:15. All right. So we're on item number 15 of our agenda. Clerk of the Board, would you please read item 15?
Thank you. Item 15, consideration of appointing a new member to the Tuolumne County Homelessness Committee to fill the District 3 representative vacancy with a term to expire April 6, 2025.
Thank you. And Mr. Roberson.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Michael Roberson, Tuolumne County Homeless Services Coordinator. For the sake of brevity, I will just read what I wrote. Larry Barsetti will complete his term serving as District 3 representative on the Tuolumne County Homelessness Committee on April 6, 2023, and did not apply to be reappointed. The Board of Supervisors took action on March 21st, 2023 to authorize the posting of this vacancy, as well as to send a letter of appreciation to Mr. Barsetti for his service. The vacancy was noticed or posted on March 22nd, 2023. The closing date was last Friday. All applications for this vacancy have been provided to the members of the Board of Supervisors for consideration. And it is staff recommendation that the board appoint a new member to the Tuolumne County Homelessness Committee to fill the District 3 representative vacancy with a term to expire April 6, 2025.
Thank you. And we're going to turn our attention to District 3 Representative Supervisor Kirk.
Thank you. And yeah, for brevity and sake of time, again, thank you, Larry Barsetti, who stepped up and served in the capacity for a while. I really appreciated his input and his 2 cents. If you didn't know him, he was a retired police officer from San Francisco, so you could imagine the things he saw in San Francisco regarding homelessness, and I really appreciate his pointed thoughts towards that issue. However, he is stepping down, so to fill the role, I want to thank everybody who applied, went through the applications, and at the end of the day, I need to land on one member. So my recommendation to the board, and I would appreciate your support, is Dawn Leon. Dawn Leon is, one thing I like about her, she's young, she's got young children, she's actively engaged currently with the community. But 2 things that she brings to the table that I found appreciative for is she's a nurse. So as we all know, with the homeless stuff, and with the data and the statistics, a lot of it deals with mental health, so she gets that. She's in that arena. But she also did years of missions work in Africa. And so being on the front lines out there and seeing poverty out there and dealing with that in a medical arena, but also just in a different cultural arena, I think gives her some perspective. And I think I enjoy the fact that she's young and wants to get involved with local government and specifically this issue. And so if you look through the other applications, there's some really good folks as well. But at the end of the day, I gotta pick one person. So that's what my recommendation would be.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the public right now and see if there are any comments from the public about this position. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for any comments if you have them.
No, I was just going to say, I support your decision, Supervisor Kirk. One of the other people that applied was Nicole Hurtado, who was an intern for us and, put in good time. But I totally understand your thoughts, and we'll support that.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else?
And I will say, I think you'll find her bubbly personality to be pretty fun on the commission with you guys.
All right, so I'll call for a motion.
So I'll make a motion to appoint Don Leon to the District 3 Commissioner on Homelessness.
Okay, Supervisor Campbell seconded this motion. It was promoted by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Board.
All right, so we are on item number 16. Tanya, would you please read that?
Item 16, determine there is a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the county administrator as a result of a series of storms from December 27th, 2022 through January 31st, 2023, and February through March 2023. The authority of the 22050 and Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 3.22.060. A 4/5 vote required.
All right, and who's presenting? Kim, are you? Okay, take it away.
All right, so good afternoon. Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works, and with me is Dory Beats, the OES Coordinator, and Blossom Scottheim, our Supervising Engineer. So on January 9th and again on March 7th, in accordance with Public Contract Code, your board approved delegating the authority to the CAO to order any necessary action to repair or replace a public facility without giving notice for bids to let contracts. Consistent with the requirements of the Public Contract Code, the resolution delegating authority to the CAO states the Board of Supervisors shall review any action ordered by the CAO at its next regularly scheduled meeting and at least at every regularly scheduled meeting thereafter until the action is terminated, which is why we are here again today. Today, though, we want to update you with more information regarding the damages. That's why you see a slideshow behind you. It's just to, since we can't get all of you out in the field, we thought we'd bring the field to you. Currently, we have 5 roads requiring additional geotechnical work, but we're continuing to assess damages. More damages have been discovered today. Emergency work is ongoing at Buchanan Road, Tuolumne Road North, Old Priest Grade, Italian Bar Road, and Ward's Ferry Road. That emergency work includes core sample drilling, laboratory analysis, and design of repair solutions. Opening the closed roads remains our #1 priority. To date, we have 10 major slides across the county, but there is a potential for more. These slides are unstable and present a serious safety concern to the public, so we would just advise people do not go around the barrier. Regarding financial impact, the first storm received a federal declaration on January 14th, which reduces our local match from 25% to 6.25%. Thank you, Dory. And as of yesterday, we learned that Tuolumne has been included in the federal declaration for the second storm, which greatly reduces our local match. So we didn't have time to update these slides, but you will see both numbers. As of March 29th, 2023, the emergency permanent repairs to county roads from the first storm were estimated at approximately $13 million, with a local match of $837,000 approximately. And the second set of storms preliminary estimate totals $13 million with a local match of about $1 million. If we had not received the federal declaration, our local match would have been about $3 million more, so that is great news. So for these reasons, it is recommended that your board determine there is a need to continue the ongoing emergency actions described above, and a 4/5 vote is required for continuation. Any questions?
So we'll entertain questions from the board, clarifying questions.
Yeah, so I just got one.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Between the two different time period events and the amounts, it looks like we're looking at a local match of approximately 1.8 million. And how much of that is going to be burden to the county, one question, versus perhaps other agencies? Is this all county? And do we have the funds? Where are we going to get the money to pay for this?
Thanks. So the 1.8 million local match is just for the roads, not for any other infrastructure. So Ed Hogue would have probably another total. Dory probably has some of the totals for the rest of the county. That is a very good question. We're not quite sure where we're going to come up with the local match because we are in the budget season right now, and it's either, if we're using road fund, we're going to have to do some serious changes to our paving projects. But we may be coming to the board later with a request for some contribution for the storms.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board questions?
I'm going to do a Facebook update today.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yes, I have a question. Thank you. I'm going to do a Facebook update today because I'm getting hounded about Tuolumne Road. What do I tell people about Tuolumne Road in the closure?
So we don't have any new information about Tuolumne Road North. I think we sent you kind of some talking points a few days ago.
Nothing changed.
We hope that the geotech rig is scheduled for April 10th.
Geotech what?
The drill rig, so
Drill,
they'll be
okay.
taking cores finally on the 10th next week. And then after those cores are analyzed, we should have a little better idea of starting to design the repairs. So it is a process, but we're moving as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
No questions.
All right, that looks like all of the questions from the board. Did you have one? No, okay. Comments from the public? Anybody have comments?
I don't want to take somebody else's opportunity here. I really appreciate the fact that
hold on.
we're going after some serious money on this. And in some ways, the microcosm is a macrocosm. And I've run Ward's Ferry Road a lot in past years. I still try. I run out in the Red Hills, and the Red Hills Road is just a mess. And when I can run on these roads, it's a lot like trail running because the roads are so bad that you just don't beat your feet on the same piece of asphalt as you go running. It's like trail running, and they are all coming up. And you know, we have the worst roads by about double over any other county in the state. And I really think we need to figure out a way to equip Kim to not just get the necessary grants, but really give her some backing to actively go after some money that maybe we're not being offered even in these emergency funds. Because it's like at some point, it's like a person who's got a roof on their house and they're letting it go and letting it go, and then it starts to rain into their house. And that's in some ways what our roads are like. And so is there a way from us going to a different kind of a position on this? And they say that good luck is preparation plus opportunity. Bad luck is kind of the opposite. And we've had bad luck with these storms. They're horrible. And on our particular little road, I mentioned to you, we had a couple of houses cut in half in the last couple of years. But also when they went down to try and push the snow out at the turnaround at the bottom of Shady Brook, they took down the fence that the CSD had put up a number of years ago. And that whole fence is just wasted now. I looked at that, and you can look at the little maps I've got in that earlier packet I gave you, but what is actually drawn as pavement there isn't accurate. And it's not got any kind of an overlay of a transparency where the original 80-foot bulb was called out for, and then a second bulb on top of that overlaying part of it. And so that's another little microcosm of the macrocosm. However, this one should be free to fix because it should be up to the Twain Harte CSD. And if they actually did ground proofing, they would see that. So I give that to you and would encourage you to do something that's free, but also we need to do something that's really socially active. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'm going to bring this back to the board. I don't know if we need to make comments, or I would entertain a motion at this point if we don't.
I do have one. Okay.
I was gonna say, I did have one question on the construction 2024 Rawhide Bridge.
We hope.
But is there a delay expected?
We've been experiencing delays with AT&T relocations for many, many months now. And that may continue to delay us through next year. Just about all the other pieces are in place.
Okay. I really want to talk with you about what we can do about that, because my patience is out with them on that being about a year and a half now that they are the holdup, so.
We were going to bring a letter to the board to help expedite AT&T relocations in general and Rawhide specifically, but then we thought they were being more responsive, and so we did not bring a letter to the board, and now unfortunately we're back to square one. So we may be bringing that to you.
Sarah, do we have standing? I'm only kidding. We don't have to sue them
So
right now.
that's a topic for another time, but I'd say I agree with Supervisor Brandon. It's something that's come up. It seems like it's always a year and a half to 2 years out, and it's been that way since as long as I've been on the board. So maybe that might be something we could have another discussion about.
All right, so I'd like to call for a motion on this.
Can I
You
bring,
have,
it's a question.
yeah, go ahead.
Really quick, I know we're rushed. Kind of what to Bruce was saying though, our PCI index is what, 28, the average, I believe? I'm assuming, just based on what I've seen with this last winter, we've dropped down to like 20. I don't know. Is there gonna be another evaluation of our PCI index maybe after this season? Like, are we on schedule to evaluate or calculate that, or is that? Because to that point, it's like if we've gone from 28 to now, you know, we're in that free fall. If we've like free fallen, is there any way to tap into that conversation that like now we've lost it completely and we do need major infrastructure funding? So.
Well, we've already lost it and we already need funding. We
Yeah,
do
300
inspect a percentage of the roads every year, so it's an ongoing process. This year we brought in a consultant, Nichols Engineering. They were the ones who set up Street Saver for us initially in 2012. Now that we're about 10 years out, 2022 is when we started talking to them. They came to do kind of a calibration update the treatment options, update those costs. So that's in process right now, and we'll report back to you when we have the final results. They also did some spot inspections, I believe, on 20% of the network.
So some of what just happened with our storms will be captured in that report?
Yeah, and
Okay.
then our internal, our staff, my engineering techs are trained to do the pavement inspections. And like I said, we do a percentage each year.
Okay. Do you know when does that come back to the board?
I don't know yet.
No, okay.
The storms delayed some of the work, so
Okay.
we're off schedule.
All right. Go ahead.
I was just going to add one little thing to that to address Mr. Erickson's comments, though, is that, yes, I just helped Mark with a little bit of on your legislative platform, and we do know that we have to seek different funding, specifically for more of a user charge, because we do get our distribution for our gas taxes based on population, and we know it's just insufficient. So especially when we have millions of people coming here to visit Yosemite and Pinecrest, and they're not paying. So we're working on it.
Thank you. And Dory, did you have something too?
Yeah, just another additional funding. The disaster declaration does open, the major disaster on both storms opens 404 mitigation funding. And we've already been talking about those types of projects that not only we are going to repair, but we can improve upon and add to. So we are having those conversations with FEMA for road mitigation projects.
Great. Now, I'd like to call for a motion on
So,
this.
Chair, I'd be happy to make a motion that the board determine that there is a need to continue the ongoing emergency actions described by staff.
I'll second.
Okay, there was a motion made by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Tanya, our next item, if you'll read that, please.
Item 17, consideration of providing direction on the submission of applications for the Clean California Local Grant Program.
All right, go
Good
ahead, thank you.
afternoon, Board. The California Department of Transportation, through the Governor's Office, developed the Clean California Local Grant Program. This was initially going to be a one-time fund, but they have opened up funds for a second round. In the first round, we applied for 3 grants, and we were awarded all 3. Our Don't Trash Tuolumne campaign, Jamestown Gateway and Main Street project, and the Groveland project. In the second grant cycle, the applications are due April 28th, and the goals are to reduce waste and debris within public right-of-ways, enhance, rehabilitate, restore, install measures to beautify and improve public spaces, enhance public health, and advance equity. The Public Works Division is considering 2 applications, the Mona Vista Willow Springs Gateway Beautification and the Tuolumne County Bridge Protection and Roadway Trash Removal Project. The Mona Vista Willow Springs project would add pedestrian connectivity between the 2 communities and build a gateway feature in Mona Vista. The very preliminary cost is estimated to be $600,000. A future ATP grant could be applied for to extend those facilities along Soulsbyville and Longeway roads to complement this project. The Bridge Protection Project will add decorative protective fencing at approximately 6 bridges in the county that are frequent sites of vandalism and graffiti, and provide funding for roadside cleanup and roadside trash removal. The total project cost at this point is estimated to be $340,000. The Clean California program requires a local match of between 0 and 50%, determined based on the severity of disadvantage of the communities surrounding the project. For the Mona Vista Willow Springs project, the required match will be 50%. The bridge project, we estimate, will be a 0% match. With the recent storms, we anticipate about $800,000 of immediate emergency work and another $20 to $24 million for permanent repairs. With our match of 6.25% for each storm, we're looking at about $2 million in local match for the permanent repairs and debris removal efforts. In light of these costs, the road fund will not be able to commit to the local match for the Mona Vista Willow Springs project without an alternative funding source. Today, we're asking your board to provide direction on the submission of these applications.
All right, I'll start with questions, and I'll ask the board to be thinking about their questions. What is the harm in applying for these 2 grants? And if we can't come up with the match money at that time, make the decision to withdraw?
When we submit the grants, we certify that we'll have the local match available.
Okay, all right. Other questions from the board?
What other sources of funding have you looked at other than the road fund? And when you say that the road, you can't commit road fund dollars, what do you mean?
So right now, to come up with that $2 million local match for the storm projects, we're already looking at potentially delaying programmed and scheduled capital improvement projects, such as the ones in the slideshow that you saw in the last presentation. We're going to be moving forward with anything that risks expired grant funding, but a lot of these other projects are going to be tabled, and we hesitate to take on new projects that require local match because we know that it's going to take years to get through these storm projects. We still have one 2018 storm project on the books, and we still haven't been reimbursed for all of our 2017 storms. So this is just the beginning of a very long process.
And what other sources of funding have you looked at?
You wanna answer that?
We are very limited in what kind of funding obviously we can ask for, but TCTC was very generous in providing us, I believe it was $20,000 for the grant application itself, $30,000 for both. But we were warned, he's going to have a tough budget this year as well. I think that some of his funding has been, I'm talking about Darren Grossi, the executive director of TCTC. He said that some of his funding has also been reduced. So our usual places to ask for additional funding have been sort of cut. So other than that, I can't think of anywhere else we would apply for a grant match.
I mean, it seems like, you have CMAQ, RSTP, these types of things can be used for grant match.
We cannot
And-
use other grant funding to pay the local match.
For Clean California or
For-
as a provision of those other grants?
Generally, any of the grants, you can't use other grant funding for your local match. You can augment the project with additional funding, but then you would still have to pay whatever local match is attached to that additional funding. So we could add CMAQ funding.
Yeah, I mean, CMAQ's not a grant, so, and it can be used for paying the balance.
No, so.
We didn't use it all.
Yeah, so CMAQ funding also generally is for something that is reducing air quality. It's a difficult grant. We could look
Yeah.
at it. Yeah, and that would have to go through our Tuolumne Transportation Council.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's a little, I think we could think out of the box a little more and come up with $300,000. Because if we're talking about a 50% match, which I'm not sure that we heard from Clean California yet that it is for sure a 50% match?
We did.
Because that's based on disadvantaged communities, correct?
Correct. So we looked at the census tracts within a half-mile radius, which is the guidelines.
Yeah.
They actually have multiple ways to determine it, so we checked a couple different ways.
Okay.
I'd be glad to show it to you offline. The Twain Hart census tract dips down right in the middle of the project.
Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, because that surprises me because I know that area pretty well, and I'd be surprised if it was not in a financially struggling area.
It straddles 4 census tracts.
Yeah.
2 are disadvantaged and 2 aren't.
Okay. So, okay.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
So, excuse me, on the Willow Springs, what timeframe are we looking like at a deadline to apply for that one specifically?
So these grants are due April 28th, and the funds would have to be expended by June of 2026.
Okay, So, in looking at this and your discussion of a 50% local match on that project, maybe we should consider holding off on that one. The bridge protection project, 0 local match, so makes good sense to keep that one going.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see any other questions from the board, so I'm going to take it to the public to see if there is any comment from the public. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for any final comments before we make a motion. Supervisor Kirk.
Thank you. I just want to be clear, this decision is about the Willow Springs project, right, for 300,000? And so I'm trying to understand all the details, but if we have so much money going out for all these emergency repairs, I feel like this is an awesome project, but there's so many other needs that need to be met right now. And I just don't know if I want to be pulling money to do a beautification project when I have roads in my district and everybody else's district where people are bottoming out because roads are falling apart. I'd rather put money towards emergency repairs anywhere and everywhere we can right now. That's kind of where I land if I'm understanding the conversation right now. I don't know how we're going to pull money that we don't have because everything's going out to match projects or emergency and whatnot. Hopefully I'm making sense.
Yeah. Any other comments? Supervisor Brandon.
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Campbell's comments. If we can pause this, I know it's coming up at the end of the month to submit, but to look at CMAQ and look at other funds that may be available. You know, I would agree. I think if it's money that can go to road repair, that's something I'm going to hold to a lot higher scrutiny. But you know, we just talked about CMAQ and trying to be able to find a good project for that in relation to, I think it was Yards, right? So maybe, yeah, have a conversation there and see if there's anything that can be worked out.
Supervisor Campbell.
I appreciate those comments. I think we should probably take a deeper look at this because what we're looking at here was described as the road fund exclusively is what we're talking about. And there are other sources of funding that I think we could look at. I mean, $300,000 is something for a public works project of this type, where one, I think we could probably make a stronger argument that that the match is too high on this. And I'd love to work with you on that. And two, that we could cobble together sources of funding, whether from TCTC, and they have a variety of funding sources. I don't even know them all by heart. So there may be things that I'm not even thinking about. And then if at the end of the day there is a match that has to come out of the county, getting an accurate picture of what that is. That's what I would like to see. I think, this is a project that it's not new. It's something that I think's been, this community has been talking about for a long time. This opportunity with Clean California is new. The opportunity to actually do it is new, but the concept is not. So I think it is something that's needed in the area.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. Looking at the calendar, the 28th, low.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Heard we've got a deadline of the 20th, correct? Yes. Of this month. Our board meeting on the 18th would be our last opportunity. So we have a limited amount of time. I agree with Supervisor Campbell's, thoughts here, but it's a pretty small window to find out more information on whether another source might be available.
It's 2 weeks. What if the answer is yes?
I'm not against it, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying we need to be, understanding that.
So I want to check with the Assistant CAO. Eric, is there capacity within our agenda on the 18th to have this item come back?
I was looking at that earlier, and there's probably a couple things that will be moving off. So if that's going to be it'll be a short discussion, yes, we could probably make room for that.
Okay.
So
all right.
Would we be okay to approve the one now and maybe looking to county council
To approve what? I'm sorry?
to approve the bridge one, at least, you know, to solidify that and only bring back the Mona Vista.
We could possibly do that.
Do you have to submit them jointly?
I want to make my comments also. Let me slide them in here. I have two roads in my, well, actually three, but two roads that are closed right now. And they prevent the same community, both of those roads, from having evacuation routes. And they've got very limited other evacuation routes. So for me, the highest priority is getting those roads fixed as soon as possible. Even though we have now the feds declaring and the state declaring, there's still a percentage, and it's high, what we have to come up with. And I don't really want to see reserves used for this. When all is said and done, I just want to make it clear right now, I don't want to see reserves used. And we'll have to figure out how to make this work. So secondary, although I really like your project, Supervisor Campbell, on your beautification, that's secondary in my mind. And if we can make it work with you coming back and finding an alternative source, I'm all for that. And we can vote today on the approval of the project that doesn't carry a match to move that one forward, as long as the rest of the board feels the same way. What am I hearing?
agree with that.
Yeah? Okay. So I will, no, wait a minute. Have we gone to the public on this? Oh, we have? Okay, good.
And I did have one other question I wanted to ask. If in investigating that, it comes back that there's no other funding source and there's not going to be a majority support or whatever, is there a second alternative? Obviously, we're applying for two. I don't know, was there no other project that seemed eligible? Was there one that might be 100%? Is there one in that area even that could be kind of a replacement? So just what other options would there be?
So generally, our projects come from either identified need or planning studies, which are almost the same thing. Most of our projects, like this project, the Willow Springs Mona Vista, would also be eligible for ATP funding, which has a different match structure. So applying for the project next year when the next ATP cycle opens up is a possibility. It is identified in the countywide ATP plan.
I'm sorry, the opposite. Not for how to get this done in the future, but
other projects.
for this, so we would still have a second project that would be available. Do we have anything that was the third option?
Yeah, so we've talked briefly with Ed Hogue from Facilities. He has quite a number of projects that he'd be interested in applying for. It's just, we're getting short on timing because this does take resources from Blossom and her team, and really I would like them to be focused on getting these three roads opened. So even though we hire grant writers, it is a bit of a time sink to apply for these. And so this one's kind of a no-brainer when it's a 0% and illegal dumping and bridge issues are such a problem. If Ed and his team have capacity, I'm doubting not right now, but if they do, we would certainly support them in that effort because we do have some grant funding for it.
Okay.
Okay, so if we were to make a motion on the bridge project, how would you word that? Can you come up with the wording for us, please?
Do you want to? Okay.
Do we need a
It's just,
motion or is this
direction.
just guidance?
I want to move on staff direction, but I want them to state specifically how this should be read.
Yeah, I guess you're giving us direction then on the submission of the application for the Clean California Local Grant Program for the bridge abutment, what did we call this? The Tuolumne County Bridge Protection and Roadway Trash Removal Project.
Thank you.
Hopefully it'll be shorter next time.
All right, do I hear a motion for that? Is this just direction? We don't need a motion? Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Direction. Thank you for reading.
Oh, is that it? Yeah.
I'm giving a thumbs up.
Your
So
thumbs up? Okay.
All right.
Direction on that, and then we'll return with.
And then returning for, if you find some other source for the Soulsbyville Willow Springs beautification project. Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are on item number 18. Well, 14 we're going to do after 18. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Item 18, consideration of approving a mutual assistance agreement between Tuolumne County and Tuolumne Utilities District and authorizing the county administrative officer to sign.
Welcome back. Thank you. So Dory, are you going to lead us through this, or Don?
I'll start, and then I'll hand it over to Dawn.
Okay.
Dory Beats, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. I'm here joined with Don Perkins, General Manager for Tuolumne Utilities District. And what I've handed out to you is just the same agreement that you had in the packet, except for what is added is county council signature as per legal form. There's a little requirement that we have to have before it gets approved by the board, just so you know that she and her office has seen this agreement and signed and approved it. So Tuolumne Utilities District and the county acknowledge that there are situations wherein each entity may benefit from sharing resources to prevent and combat the effect of disasters such as flood, fire, earthquake, and severe winter weather damage to the public facilities. TUD and the county have determined that it would be in our mutual best interest to then periodically lend each other equipment, supplies, and personnel, and to otherwise cooperate with and assist each other in the event of an emergency or in other situations where one agency has insufficient resources to undertake a necessary public project or activity. So this is not just limited to times of when we have emergencies, winter storms, or et cetera. This can happen anytime or any event as deemed necessary by the two parties. So the parties desire to set forth then within this mutual assistance agreement the terms on which they may provide mutual assistance through the sharing of resources to prevent and combat the effect of disasters. These types of agreements are often used between county jurisdictions and partner entities to aid in disaster or emergency situations throughout California. And staff recommend approval of this. It is the intent of the CAO as well to take this agreement and also work with our other partners as Groveland Community Service District or Twain Harte Community Service District to have the same type of mutual assistance agreement. So I'll let Dawn add anything.
Well, thank you. I know you've had a pretty full day, so I'll be as brief as I need be. So the genesis of this goes back more than a year. You know, a couple of Decembers ago, we had another mega snowstorm that took out part of PG&E's main canal, and it really stretched our resources. So going back in time, over my 30 years in this business, I've learned that there are times when I just need to pick up the phone and call when I need some help. I'm just not bashful in that way. I realize that the work we're trying to do for the people is more important than my ego can be. So I'm just not bashful when it comes to picking up the phone call and making phone calls, and I have done that many times over the years. So like I said, we've been working on this agreement closely with Calaveras County Water District and their staff to develop it to pretty much what you see today. And I'm pretty proud of it. The idea here is, while we already have had these sort of emergency agreements with other agencies within the county, like Dory just said, Groveland, Twain Harte CSD, Jamestown Sanitary District, Don Pedro, and others, what I would like to focus on is, while the emergency situations arise and it'd be great to help and have these agreements in place, but other times, and many other times throughout the years, there's maybe needs for just regular non-emergency type activities. And I think having these agreements in place does a couple of things. It helps us both agencies provide services to our constituents, and it also protects each other's constituents or ratepayers. So I just think it's a very proactive way to really engage with our partners, both within the county and for TUD, even outside of the county, because folks like Calaveras County Water District, Utica Power and Water Authority, they do very much similar work as us. So if we need manpower or equipment, it's just not a big deal really for me to reach out there and give them those guys a call. So anyway, with that, I'll answer questions.
All right, yeah, so the next part is any questions by board members? Anybody have any?
I just have one for county.
Supervisor Campbell.
County Council, have you reviewed this?
Yes, I reviewed it and made changes to it, which TUD accepted.
Okay, and so you're comfortable with the language as it is?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll take it to the public. Anybody in the room have any comments? Hello again.
Hello again. I would just like to take a moment to acknowledge TUD because apparently road crews cannot remove snow from your parking lots. So TUD came in the middle of the night, I believe, and removed the snow so that you could have your meetings up at the Tuolumne Resiliency Center. And I think we should thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for any final comments. Do I see any?
I'll just say thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
Thank you, Glenn and Dory, for putting this together and being proactive.
Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you also. Great presentation, made it very clear, and I'll call for a motion.
I'll move to approve the mutual assistance agreement between Tuolumne County and Tuolumne Utilities District, as amended with County Council on there now, and authorizing the County Administrative Officer to sign.
And I'll second.
All right, it was moved by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 5-0.
Dawn, sorry for calling you Glenn. We just had Glenn in front of us for TD.
Know where you're going here.
And he just walked in the door.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Dory.
All right, now we're going to go back to item number 14 that we took off for making a decision until the end. And so now's the time to reread that agenda item number.
Thank you. Item 14, consideration of approval of a comment letter to the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, Office of State Fire Marshal, on the notice of proposed rulemaking concerning the regulations relating to fire hazard severity zones in the state responsibility area.
So Dory, you provided us all with another letter, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So there were a few cleanups, and then also we made sure on the second page, that second full paragraph, where we talk about measures such as hazardous fuels reduction, creation of firewise communities, management of millions of dollars of grant funds to implement the master stewardship agreement, or the Cerro project, and roadside brushing along key access routes. All that work that we have accomplished and have identified as a priority within our community should be considered as actually eliminating those hazards that the modeling has identified for severity zone designations. And let's see, I think that was it.
So you added the first full paragraph on page 2.
Yes. Actually, the second full paragraph.
Right.
Yeah.
That begins the county, Tuolumne County does object, right? That paragraph.
The one below. So that one was already there.
While we
appreciate the
appreciate.
broad objective.
objective.
Okay.
So, where are we at here?
All right, I just wanted to give everybody a chance to read it. So if everybody's had a chance to read it, and you read it already, right, Dory? You read
Yes.
it. So I'm going to go to the public, see if there's any comment on this from the public. Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Any final thoughts before we make a motion?
Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking.
Appreciate the quick turnaround.
And thank you, board members, for refining it.
Yep.
Well, actually, Dory did the work, and we just said yay or nay. Rely on staff, right?
I looked
And
at
I think
emails.
some of the stuff that Supervisor Brandon brought up earlier, when we talk about the insurance conversation that we're gonna bring to the board later, we can try and incorporate that.
Yes, definitely, most definitely. All right, so I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to, approve the comment letter to the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, Office of State Fire Marshal, on the notice of proposed rulemaking concerning the regulations relating to fire hazard severity zones in the state responsibility area.
I'll second.
All right, it was moved by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I will make sure it gets on letterhead for signature so you can send it off today. Thank you.
Okay. All right, before we go into our closed session, now is the time for reports. And Sarah, do you have any reports? How about Eric, you? Okay, board members, who wants to start?
I just have one thing I can mention. So I've spent much of the past week up in a very lovely community called Sonora Vista in my district. And they're concerned about an item that's coming up potentially to the board related to a navigation center in that community. And coincidentally, actually quite close to an earlier item we just discussed related to a sidewalk project, kind of right in front of that area. So just kind of letting people know that I'm available to hear your concerns and to talk about this item and what it might mean for the community. My personal cell phone number is 209-681-2681. And it's easy to look me up for my email address or how to meet with me at the county if you want to meet in person. So I just encourage anybody that has questions, please do that, and we'll, as we learn more about what the vision is here, I hope we'll keep an open mind and keep communicating with each other about what the concerns are.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
We'll just keep it to one. I know the board's been getting emails regarding Highway 108. Every year, I usually communicate with Caltrans. I send them a little chart with the snowpack and, an approximate of when, per the percentages, when Highway 108 should be opening. Obviously, with the snowpack just being incredible this year, wanted to start the conversation a little bit earlier, but really the reason what's driving that is there's been about 4 avalanches between the road closure and Kennedy Meadows. So I met with some Caltrans folks last week, and they started plowing this week. They have a annual policy to start usually the first Monday of April, but they're also sending an avalanche crew up there to evaluate it to see if there's going to be more resources needed. And then there's another conversation. So I'll be getting updates on that, but then there's another conversation on April 21st with more partners. And the whole point of it is obviously tourism. We want to get that open, but they want to do it in a safe manner. And I know it runs through my district, but it bleeds down, through Tweenheart. It's going to affect Sonora. It's going to affect Columbia, because of all the travel, international travel, especially the 395. So just want you guys to know, I've sent some emails pushing back on some people because we're working on it. And I just want you guys to know, since it's in my district, I'm well aware, and I'll bring more information to you soon. So.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Just a few updates. We had the first meeting since I joined the board of the Legal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee. We're focusing on vehicle abatement during this quarter. And so if we have any issues we'd like to bring up to the state regarding anything with that, it's not exactly what I joined it for, but it is an opportunity to work on any type of group with it. I've also joined the California Rail Museum Foundation Board of Directors. That's something that was critical in keeping Railtown open way back when in my kind of childhood era. And it's been a huge supporter of rail history, Railtown, and the area. I was also sworn in on the Institute for Local Government Board of Directors as well, and trying to hopefully find some synergy there between groups like CivicWell, CSAC Institute, ILG, which all offer really great programming. Many charge for that, and I think are at this point maybe not aligned in a way that is, you don't want it to be at loggerheads and trying to make sure that it's all working well together. So I'm really excited to get into that. One last thought to kind of throw out. This is just more of an FYI, but we had a discussion at the Veterans Committee about identifying a couple things that we, one or two, would like to work on for the upcoming year. One thing that's been kicking around my brain for a while is looking at the Amgen tour. It happened way back when, and the success of that huge, giant event. It takes years to plan something like that, especially, you don't want to do it in 6 months, right? You can't. One major event coming up that I think fits really well with the character of our area is the, say it with me now, sesquicentennial. It's America's 250th birthday. That's going to be about 3 years from now. That's something that I think would be a really great project for Visit Tuolumne, for the county to say that we would like to do that, to get the chambers on board for throwing events, whether it's one big thing or a series of them for a year. Just to put that on your radar, I think that would be a really great kind of economic activity. And they've had other ones like this for various towns. They bring in quite a bit of revenue. I do have kind of a rough proposal I drafted up. So if you're curious, please reach out. But only one of you.
Unless you want to bring it back and piece by piece tell us more at each report. So we haven't given reports in a month. And so my report is fairly lengthy, and I think I've left out all of my usual committees to not bore you with that because it's, a given. But I wanted to give you updates on quite a few things, so if you'll permit me, I'm going to go ahead. There was an update at the last RCRC meeting on the GSNR project. That was brought up by there were some comments made by a member of the public earlier in today's meeting. But anyway, there's a draft EIR that should be coming about in May of this year, and they will hopefully initiate construction in the fall of this year. And they expect that the construction completion will happen in November of '24, and then the Site and Port Commission commissioning by January 25th. And I'm intimately aware of this project, and the Port of Stockton was not chosen. It was the Port of Richmond. And so they're vetting it out right now with Richmond and speaking in front of the city council there and working out any kind of differences they may have, if they have any. This is a project of the Golden State Natural Resources, which is an affiliate of RCRC, our rural counties, and it's also funded by the Golden State Finance Authority, which is also an affiliate of RCRC. It is not a county project, but I wanted to give you all those associations so you had the correct information. I also participated in March in the Greenlee Road Project Development Team. And in March, also with the California Department of Technology, working forward for a regional broadband meeting that will happen on May 30th, if you're interested. And this will be for our whole region, all of our mother lode counties. And it will be a broadband meeting for Train the Trainers. And the trainers will be trained in how to be able to provide access to broadband, whether it's internet services, whether it's digital devices, that kind of thing, to those that are communities that don't have the wherewithal to afford it, or they are disabled, or they're elderly, those kinds of communities. So it will be a way of training people in all 5 counties. It will be done here in Tuolumne County on May 30th, and you can ask me more about it at a later date. And Len DeGroot is helping to work on that project. And 2 times in March, I had meetings with the city council members to move forward in improving relationships with the city and the county. And then also in March, planning for the South County Town Hall. We got a flyer here for the town hall that's for this side of the river, but I want you to know there's planning for one in the South County also, and it will either be on the 25th or the 26th. And we're doing a survey on that right now, and the one that the most people can attend will be the one that we will have, and that information will come out after the 7th. That's when the survey ends. Then you probably remember hearing from me about the community plan that I'm doing with Groveland, Big Oak Flat, and we are finally getting in a place where we're going to regroup and resume those meetings, starting with one in this month, April 19th. And I'm actively working on that with the folks that are RSVPing to come to that. Also in March, I had a meeting with the CAO and SPI exploring how they use Standard Road, which is in District 4, and attended the housing presentation with Supervisor Brandon was there too for the Twain Harte Shopping Center. That was very interesting. And then attended the Aqua Legislative Conference in Sacramento last month. And so we are, with Access Tuolumne, that's one of the committees that I am assigned to, we are actively looking for 2 more well-qualified folks to apply for board membership. So if anybody out there listening is interested in becoming a board member for Access Tuolumne, our TV station, our only TV station, public TV station, this is a call for that right now, and you can contact me if you're interested. And then I attended on the 29th in Groveland and a community outreach meeting in the evening for the Stanislaus Forest. They were the ones who actually gave the community outreach because they have closed forest roads as well. And so there was a lot of information imparted to the community about what that would mean. And a side note here is that no matter how long it's going to take our county, and I know our county Public Works and other folks are doing their very best to get these road repairs done in as timely a manner as possible, the Forest Service takes longer. Learned that at the meeting. 3 years is what their anticipated completion date for tackling like Lumsden Road and some other roads. And of course, over this last weekend, while some of us were fielding questions about this new possible location for a navigation center, I was fielding all sorts of constituent communication about the closure of Old Priest Grade and Ward's Ferry. The folks over there, besides feeling limited if there was ever an emergency and they had to exit stage right, they're not going to have too many options, and they're worried that these projects will lack a sense of priority with this board. And then, like most of you, I met with both of the candidates for the TUD board. And let's see, one last thing. Oh, yeah, every month I meet with a couple of department heads and one other board member to discuss how we are doing regarding improved board, department head, and staff relations. And that just happened on the 31st, and Supervisor Campbell was at that meeting. Very good suggestions, and I think these meetings are well worth it, and we'll have another board member invited to the next one. I think it will be Supervisor Brandon. And that is the end of my reports. Thank you for indulging me. So what are we doing now? So, closed session. Ms. Carrillo, do we expect to report out on this? So, okay, so we're going to read it. Gotcha.
Item 19, closed sessions, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code 54956.9, D2, and E1, one case.
Thank you. All right, we're going to have closed session in here. All right. Oh, right, public comment on the closed session. Did you want to come up here and make that comment? Okay. Thank you all.